Okay, good afternoon. As you take your seats, I would like to ask you to put on your earphones. You will hear a little bit of my own language, insofar as I'm able to speak it, but anyway, we'll go with that. Is mór as asásamh dom a bheith balta an Gaeilge a úsáid chun ógart gurb é seo an céad sesiún imlánacht faoi uachtaránach ornua na hÉireann an Gcomhla. Is an honour doing fáilte a chur an Ara ó Byrne, an bhfuil an Bureau leis I Máille Clia, an bhí Sicacha, chun tosíochtaí uairneacht na hÉireann a cúra láthair. Is é seo ar a session imlúnach dearnach freisin, Rav hos an saora atá tílte go bha. Agus a rís beg ar níos bóireachtaí an sumíl an trahúil. Inniu fáilte míad Rav an lasúachtarán minsato le haid dispóireacht ar phoist ar tliachtar. Agus amárach Chucky by Gisporacht and Plenul Bliantul Madier leis an Mandu in Ve Commissioner Cos Ramfartik. Guramahagud. So thank you for listening, and I will begin this very important reach. I see the quorum is indeed met, looking around the room. So before we begin the actual agenda, etc., I would ask you to join me for a minute of silence in the memory of wildfire victims across Europe. We've had some very sad situations, as you know, in different countries, even yesterday. So if you don't mind, we'll take a minute to remember those people and their families. Okay, let's begin. We have in front of you the agenda, the draft agenda. So I'm asking you to adopt the agenda as sent to you. I see that's agreed. Thank you very much. And now I ask for the approval of the minutes of the 606th plenary session held on the 17th and 18th of June 2026. So asking you all if you are in agreement with that agenda, with those minutes, sorry. So again, I confirm that the microphone was off, sorry, just to ensure that you agree with the minutes of the 17th and 18th of June 2026, plenary number 606. Okay, thank you very much, appreciate that. Simply also to remind people, members, about the service speak and clip share. An email would have reached you to how to use this very valuable service, and it's to be used, and I'm very glad to see many members using it, so thank you for doing that. Another announcement in terms of resignations of membership. Fleming Overgaard, committee member since the 17th of February 2020, belonged to the section Transport, Energy, Infrastructure, Information Society, 10 otherwise. And also Orlando Montero de Silva, committee member since the 21st of September 2025, and belonged to the section Single Market Production Consumption, External Relations Rex. Mr Montero de Silva and Mr Overgaard remain in office on all committee correspondence should be sent to them until the appointment of their replacements. So I would like to take this opportunity as President to thank both of them for the work they have been doing and for the commitment that they have given to this House. We wish them very well into the future, and we thank them, as I said. As you know, tomorrow we have a major debate on the enlargement, so please note that there will be different seating arrangements. Thursday, as you know, we have 42 participants from the enlargement candidate members will be seated among you, so please make sure that you do not leave your personal belongings when you leave here this evening on the desk, because you will be in a different place tomorrow. So just to remind you, in case you leave anything that you care about behind, it won't be there tomorrow, okay? So you will have your seating plan, as you know, displayed as usual in the front room before you come in, okay? So if I may, to start with my own statement. First of all, may I congratulate Spain for a victory last night. But may I also say well done to France. You've had a good World Cup, a brilliant World Cup. And hopefully we will have an interesting final tonight with Argentina versus England, neither of which I believe are in the EU. So there you are. So anyway, the jokes aside, and it's great that we can laugh in times in tough times. And again, I'm very pleased and thank you for the minute silence you just gave. We are remembering those people who suffered and died as a result of the wildfires, so we have to remember that in these times as well. To express my condolences to their families and to their dear ones and to all of you who may have some connection with them. We remember that very well here. Also to the firefighters and the many people who actually are involved in this crisis management, because unfortunately we are seeing more of it in the summer as the summer goes on and as the years go on. So it's a dreadful record that was reached last month's heatwave. Apparently a lot of people suffered across Europe, Western Europe, and I suppose I was talking to a person last night who was very much involved in the campaigns over the years, and even he was saying he is surprised sometimes by the extent of climate change that we are reaching. So again, to remember, also moving on, I suppose, to international developments, where clearly, while we welcomed the agreement between America and Iran, we're also disappointed that it seems to have worsened in the last few days. We have to keep hoping that common sense will remain and that these two countries will find a peace agreement that can last. It's not good for them, and it's certainly not good for Europe. So that we have to hope that that will continue. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, we still have the war going on, and it's now going on far too long. So again, we saw a month of high civilian casualties, and we see a lot of Ukrainian cities and towns suffering as a result. And we also see the wave of missile drone attacks by the Russian Federation. So we really, again, demand a peace settlement here. I don't want to be pessimistic, I suppose, in establishing a sombre mood, but these are the times that we are operating in, and these are the times that we have to continually restate the European philosophy of peace and peace in our time. We also begin by saying, as an Irishman, this is the beginning of the Irish EU presidency, and certainly the overarching principle of strength with unity. We will certainly need a great deal of both, and I'm sure you will hear a lot more in that regard when we have our Minister Byrne, outlining the priorities later on. I've been in Dublin Castle on a few meetings, the EPSCO meeting, the Bureau meeting as it was in June, and I've been also meeting ministers who will be chairing European meetings over the next 6 months. And it's important that we try and keep the EESC and your work in the forefront, as I have been doing in those meetings. Moving now to recap on other activities, the topic resilient communities would focus on the annual flagship event, Services of General Interest Europe, which I spoke at last month. The subject was also addressed during a recent meeting with Commissioner Hoekstra, who is responsible for climate, net zero and clean growth. At the end of June, I also honoured to meet Greek Prime Minister Mr. Mitsotakis, and again, most extraordinary meeting, and they will, in the next year, be taking the Greek presidency. Also allowed me the opportunity to talk about the work of this House. And also I met alongside the Greek Minister for Social Security and, of course, European Vice President Ms. Menzato, who we will see later on. Also, I met, again, this is promoting the work of the EESC and your opinions. So I had a second meeting since I took up presidency with President Metsola. And it is about strengthening the cooperation between the EESC and the European Parliament. I strongly urge that the Parliament would consider requesting exploratory opinions from this House in line with the 2024 cooperation agreement signed with the EESC and the Parliament. To the wider institutional relations, specifically to the civil society strategy, I'm very glad to see that the call for expression of interest for CSOs to join the platform have now been launched. And again, I pay particular thanks to the steering group, and in particularly our three members who are working so hard in bringing all this together. Remaining on the topic of civil society, I also co-chaired the EESC liaison group, in which enlargement candidate members also participated. We will, of course, as I said, welcome 42 members to the discussion tomorrow. And indeed, security, resilience and economic growth will be certainly the key issues. I spoke at the first EU Civil Dialogue Forum organised by the European Parliament and the Commission, alongside, this was very historic actually, it's one of the first times that the EESC was part of such an event, alongside Commissioner McGrath and the EP Vice Presidents responsible for relations in the European civil society. Health was among the main topic of the European Business Summit, which I also participated at the end of June. And in the second Business Summit, we spoke on the issue of demography. And this is a major issue facing Europe with age imbalances in all sorts of ways. And again, it allowed us to demonstrate that this House is working in this area with a number of opinions discussed. Still on the topic of business and manufacturing, I recently spoke at the 4th edition of the Small Business Standards event, which focused on the future of European standardisation and the upcoming EU Product Act. During that intervention, I defended the position that both initiatives form part of a coherent framework to ensure safety, competitiveness, trust in the single market. Competitiveness, trade and investment, but also the human-centred AI were among the topics discussed with the Ambassador for China, and we will be in China for the China Roundtable, the EU-China Roundtable in September. So lots of preparations going on for that. And again, I'd like to thank the President of REX and also the staff who are working closely with us. Also to inform you that in terms of housing, which is a very key priority of ours and also a key priority of the Irish Presidency, we will be continuing the discussions in that area. I did have the pleasure of meeting with the EU and Special Rapporteur on the right of adequate housing and the President of Housing Europe. Again, this is to ensure that this is kept strongly at the forefront, and also it links to a number of very good housing opinions passed in recent months in this House. So finally, in terms of imminent upcoming engagements, I would like to mention this Friday I will be in the company Vigon in Aachen in Germany, which designs and manufactures single-use electronic medical devices. Again, these are important parts of civil society which I really and truly want to be part of. And indeed, as I have met with various trade union groups in Austria recently and civil society organisations, I want to maintain the visits like that, and equally the fact that this House is working really hard on these initiatives. Also, if I may be a bit humorous for a moment, I have an unusual visit. I made the mistake of, not a mistake really, I did offer an invite to Commissioner Roswell, who was here at the last meeting. I asked her to come to Ireland and even visit my farm if she so wished, thinking she'll never do that. But guess what? She is next week. And my wife is divorcing me. No, she's not. But the reality is I do have a visit from Commissioner Roswell, and we will also visit some other environmental programmes which are unique to the Midlands of Ireland, particularly the World Heritage Site, which is the Clara Bog, and some other sites as well. So it promises to be a very good visit, and again it allows us to continue strong relations with the Commission, particularly in the work we do. So, with that, that brings me to the end of that statement over since the last month, and we now hope we will have a very productive plenary. So, thank you for that. Okay, we now go to the opinions. Number 5, Category C opinions. So we have one Category C opinion that should be put straight to the vote, and I will ask you to vote on the opinion. So it's NAT 966, Targeted Amendment, EU Fertiliser Action Plan, Category C opinion. The vote is open, and off you go. So we're coming to a close, so I will now declare the vote is closed. And the result, approved 215, yes, no 1, abstention 1. It is approved. Thank you very much, and thanks for those who worked on that opinion. We now have 9 opinions without debate. So they will also go straight to the vote one by one. So let's start with number 1, 10.882 EU Portus Strategy. The rapporteur is Joan Roger Alemany and co-rapporteur Barbara Miltovice. So the vote is open. Okay, we're coming towards closure. So I now declare the vote is closed. And the result is yes, 218, abstention 3, and none against. It is approved, and congratulations to Joanne and bye-bye. The next one is 10883, Action Plan on Drone and Counter-Drone Security. Rapporteur Miroslav Hanes, and the vote is now open. Okay, we're coming to closure, and I now declare the vote is closed, and the result is approved, or saying yes, 214, no 2, and abstention 4. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Miroslav. The next one is 10887, European Union Space Services Agency. Again, Rapporteur Miroslav Hanes. The vote is open. Okay, we're now coming to closure. I now declare the vote is closed, and the result is yes, 218, no noes, abstention 2. The vote and the opinion is approved. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Miroslav again. We now go to 10876. Ensuring affordable and stable energy for the European energy-intensive industries, using the example of the chemical sector. It's a known initiative opinion. Rapporteur Mateusz Szymanski. The vote is open. Okay, a few more people have come into the room, so we are now declaring the vote is closed. Yes, 222, no 3, abstention 4. The opinion is approved. Congratulations, Matthias. 10884, small modular reactors. Rapporteur Christophe Beguenin. From France, co-rapporteur Domantas Trakavikos. The vote is open. And we're coming to closure. I declare the vote is closed, and the result is yes, 222, no 6, abstention 3. Congratulations, Christophe and Dermantis. Thank you. 10877, European High-Speed Railway Network 2040, own initiative opinion. Rapporteur Dumitru Fornio, and the vote is open. Okay, we're now about to declare the vote is closed, and the result is yes, 229, no is 1, abstention 1. The opinion is approved. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Dimitri. I now go to SOC 859, European Migration and Asylum Strategy. Rapporteur Jose Antonio Moreno Diaz. The vote is open. Okay, we're coming to declaring that the vote is closed, and the result is approved 200, in other words, yes 200, no 5, abstention 24. It is approved. Congratulations, Jose. SOC 858, in the anti-racism strategy, Rapporteur Pascal Dubé. The vote is open. And we're coming to declaring. The vote is closed. And the result is yes, 220, no, 3, abstention 5. The opinion is approved. Thank you very much and congratulations to Pascal. And the final one of this is gender equality. It's a SOC 866, Gender Equality Strategy 2026-2030. Rapporteur Julianne Marie Needham from Denmark. The vote is open. Now we're coming to the declaration, and the vote is closed, and the result is yes, 213, no, 5, abstention 8. It is approved. The opinion is approved. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Julianne, for a job well done. So I'd like to thank all of the rapporteurs involved and all of the administration and people involved in the opinions just passed. It is hard work, and it's brilliant that they can be passed so quickly at such a plenary. So I have to admire and say thank you. So we're now moving to the next, which is the presentation of the Irish priorities. I don't know if Minister Byrne is here yet. So, Fáilte Ró Tara Byrne, very welcome, Minister, to present the priorities of the Presidency. Minister Byrne, I believe this is the third time I've had the pleasure of welcoming you to the EESC, so you're becoming an old friend at this stage, or an old hand. I believe you've had a very busy week, and people are calling it Super Tuesday already. You chaired 4 European meetings in the one day or something, so I congratulate you on that. Again, your presence today is politically significantly. We greatly appreciate that at the very beginning of the presidency, Ireland has chosen to engage with the EESC at ministerial level. This sends strong messages to the importance attached to the Irish Presidency, but also to you, representatives of civil society. I know you've had a busy week, as I said, chairing so many meetings already, so it's off to a very good start. We will be hosting tomorrow our annual high-level debate on enlargement, which I know falls under your presidency, and I'm sure there will be questions. We will have the participation of Commissioner Coss here as well. Last week I had the honour of speaking to the first informal EPSCO meeting in Ballina in Mayo in Ireland, which was a great success and a very promising start to the Irish Presidency. Today's debate marks not only the beginning of the Irish Presidency, but also the launch of the new trio presidency, Ireland, Lithuania and Greece. The EESC looks forward to working closely with all 3 presidencies over the next 18 months and to help deliver your joint motto of unity in diversity, 3 corners but 1 compass. Indeed, I have already had the pleasure of meeting the Prime Ministers of Greece and the Ministers from Lithuania. As regards Ireland, over the last few months, our teams have been working closely together and ensuring that the contribution of civil society is fully reflected in the Irish Presidency agenda. This close partnership was already was already visible during the extraordinary EESC Bureau held in June last month, and we had then, at that case, we had the Prime Minister of Ireland, and Taoiseach Micheál Martin, who facilitated us at the historic Dublin Castle. I dare say that the EESC was a sort of a guinea pig that day. It was the first official presidency event, and I think it went pretty well. On that occasion, the Prime Minister, the Taoiseach, reminded us that Europe cannot succeed through institutions alone. It succeeds with the help of citizens and ensuring citizens feel ownership of the European project. It's a big challenge, but that is the only way Europe can move forward. It is a vision that the EESC shares, obviously, and indeed the Irish Presidency's motto, Níneart go Corla Céile, strength with unity, perfectly captures the spirit of the European project as we know it. So we are pleased that the Irish Presidency has entrusted the EESC with the preparation of 8 exploratory opinions, which range from democratic participation and equality to competitiveness, SMEs, housing and digital fairness. And we very much appreciate the emphasis placed on the inclusive policy making and democratic resilience contained in the Irish agenda. As you are aware, these are principles that have been the basis of my collaboration with Commissioner Michael McGrath on the EU civil society strategy. So I am very pleased that together we have ensured a central role for this committee in its implementation. Minister Byrne, before giving you the floor, I would just like to play devil's advocate by quoting my favourite Irish poet, Patrick Kavanagh, who wisely wrote, "No one loves you for what you have done, but for what you might do." He is my favourite poet. Minister, you have the floor. Thank you.
Gurmagat Séamus. Thank you, Séamus. Thank you, of course, for reminding us of Patrick Kavanagh, indeed one of Ireland's greatest poets, actually, probably not as well known outside Ireland as he is in Ireland, but I'm sure Séamus and indeed yourself and my own family can probably relate to some of the experiences that Kavanagh had, particularly in growing up in his early life in a beautiful county, but a place where he would have had maybe a difficult upbringing at times. I'm going to speak in Irish initially, if that's okay, and I'll then revert to English. Uachtarán Bolland, a huscarachtaí, a runíocht, a cháirde, is cúis áthairstom bhean seo os cór cuiste ach na míocha agus sóisialta na Heorpa a rís inniuh. Nuair a leabhar mé le go leor agah go deireanach ag cruinniú orgánach bhúró an cuiste seo a gasna bhaile clia, ní raibh uachtaránach na hÉireann chomhairle an Aontas Eorpaigh tosathe fós. Anois táimid ag tridim leis an tríomh seachtain dar nuachtaránacht. Dás orm a rá gur immer na díospóireachtaí ag cruinniú an bhúró tionachar an ton agus ard chaighdeán na grinithe agus na nimachtaí atá beartaithe ag éireann a chuirigh le linn ar nuachtaránachta. Go dtí seo, áiríodh leis seo imeacht seolta rathúil i gCaisleán Bhaile Clia, cuairt choláiste na gomisisinéirí ar choláiste na hOllscoile Chorcaí agus cógáil na nuachtarán, agus chuirsiad seo go léir malartathe dearfacha cuideachta cabhrach ar fáil idir éireann agus ar ggópháirtithe institiúdacha. Go háirithe, chuirmar fáilte roimh bheasúnú uachtarán an Comisiún Ursula von der Leyen ar an álíonú láidir idir tosaíochtaí beartais na hÉireann agus an Aontas Eorpach. Léiríonn sé seo an ról mar adranaí in taobh tá á lorg ag éireann chun tosaíochtaí a thuachtaránachta a aithint, tar éis clár oibre a ránú a rastalóí ar Tháiránigh na hÉireann agus Saoránigh an Aontas Eorpaigh a réin. Agus is sé sin san áireamh, bhí mé bródúil as cathaoirleacht a dhéanamh inné ar an gcéad chomhairle gnóthaí ginearálta an Aontas Eorpaigh de uachtaránach na hÉireann inné. Agus na cosúlachtaí láidre seo inar naigna idir ullmhínta na hÉireann agus ullmhínta na institiúdaí le an áirítear an cuiste seo, is cúis áthastam an deis seo thógáil chun tosaíochtaí na hÉireann a chuirí láthair os for góir inniuh. Revert to English. The EESC's 607th Plenary Session is an important moment in our presidency calendar, one that I am honoured to attend and to witness the adoption of your opinions. These opinions exhibit the expertise of the EESC in delivering stakeholder-informed, thorough and high-quality research. Your advice will be a source of support to Ireland to our presidency term, as our presidency term progresses, and we look forward to the development of your exploratory opinions as we move through our presidency term. Ireland's policy objectives as set out in our presidency priorities are ambitious and are also reflective of the scale of the challenges facing Europe today. It will take hard work and the cooperation and support of our EU partners, as well as our co-legislators in the European Parliament, to deliver on the objectives we have set. Our presidency agenda is structured around three core pillars: competitiveness, values and security. These pillars go to the heart of what we can achieve for citizens right across our continent. It is important to highlight that it is the European Union's people, the citizens themselves, who remain central to our efforts. Ireland will use the presidency to demonstrate how the work of the Union can continue to make a positive difference to people's lives right across the European Union. Ireland pioneered a wide-reaching consultation process to foster stakeholder engagement with citizens across the country, across Europe, with European partners and domestic partners alike. This was in order to ensure that people across Ireland and across Europe had a chance to engage with the presidency from the beginning and to give them a chance to have their voices heard. In this way, our presidency is reflective of the EESC's own mandate to leverage the knowledge and interests of civil society, workers, employees, communities on the ground, and to bring them to the fore, ensuring they are given due consideration in the EU's policy-making process. Through various initiatives, we will ensure that a people and community-centred approach to the Irish presidency is maintained. Our children's version of the presidency policy programme, which will be made available to 10 to 12-year-old children in primary schools across Ireland, will bring the values of the European Union to the youth of Ireland. Our EU Presidency County Pairings programme, our Presidency Cultural programme and our Communicating Europe grant scheme will enable meaningful local community and regional citizen engagement. And the EESC opinion on making civil society a driving force in the understanding and implementation of the single market strategy will help to identify the paths towards a more citizen-led EU. These efforts are testament to our belief that the presidency should be accessible to and representative of everyone, in keeping with the human-centred approach to the Union that the Member States have long held. Through our agenda on competitiveness, the Irish presidency will strengthen the EU's single market, will remove barriers to internal trade, will help European businesses and SMEs to expand across the Union and enhance their access to the finance that will allow them to develop. Europe faces numerous challenges to its competitiveness, including high energy costs, a growing innovation gap, and regulatory and administrative burdens that can sometimes hold back businesses. They will also consider and advance equality and inclusion supports, anti-discrimination and work-life balance policies as economic enablers, and we look forward to the EESC's opinion on equality and the competitiveness agenda, which will facilitate our work on this. The recently agreed One Europe, One Market roadmap sets out a series of ambitious goals and targets to respond to these competitiveness questions. There are 28 proposals under the roadmap that have been targeted for agreement by the end of 2026, so there is significant expectation on us as Presidency to make sure that we progress these files. On simplification, we aim to agree all outstanding omnibus packages on simplification by the end of the Presidency in line with the roadmap commitments. Through simplification, we are reducing red tape and bureaucracy for businesses, in particular SMEs, and we will once again draw on the EESC's expertise through its opinion on SMEs and simplification. We will also pursue an ambitious agenda on external trade. Trade policy cuts across the three key themes of the Presidency, but is especially relevant, of course, to competitiveness, and it is linked, of course, to economic security. The Irish Presidency will pursue an active trade policy agenda that seeks to open new markets to support Irish and European market diversification, economic resilience and European competitiveness, and strengthen the multilateral rules-based trading system. Through our focus on values, we will ensure that we uphold fundamental rights and focus on those most in need of protection. This includes our children, and our Presidency will place a strong focus on ensuring that the online world is a space that is safe and healthy for children, taking forward work to enhance the safety of children online. We will leverage the EESC opinion on the Digital Fairness Act to gain insights on ensuring privacy and safeguarding young users in this regard. At a time when challenges to our core values are increasingly emerging from both within and without the Union, we should place an even stronger focus on fostering and protecting those values. Rule of law is a prerequisite for the functioning of our democracies and for the respect of fundamental rights, and a key condition for our very living together in this Union. It is in our pillar on values that civil society will take centre stage. An example of what we mean by this is through our work on the European Democracy Shield, which is one of our designated priorities during the presidency. Protecting and strengthening European democracy is not an abstract ambition. It is one of the most important structural tasks that the EU faces, and civil society, the fabric with the very potential to maintain a robust democratic integrity, is the cornerstone. The Council conclusions on inclusive democratic participation and community resilience are a key focus. The conclusions will address a specific and growing vulnerability, the disengagement of large portions of our citizenry from democratic life. Citizens who feel disconnected from democratic processes are more susceptible to manipulation and more vulnerable to the influence of hostile actors. The informal General Affairs Council in Dublin will serve as an occasion for a significant milestone on EU enlargement and democratic resilience. We will certainly work hard on that. The EESC, in an opinion on intergenerational poverty, will provide greater insight into the predictors of poverty within community, thereby helping us to address it. Ireland takes up the EU Council presidency at a time of mounting challenges to multilateralism and to the international legal order. Ireland and the European Union remain fully committed to upholding the international legal order, the UN Charter and the rules and principles that it enshrines. Human rights and international law have to be at the core of the EU's policy. We cannot allow any one partner to challenge the legitimacy of fundamental principles. A foreign policy priority during our presidency will be taking forward the negotiations of the EU Action Plan on Human Rights and Democracy. Ireland is committed to continuing to oppose attempts to dilute international commitments and human rights standards, including on women's rights, gender equality and the rights of LGBT persons. Throughout the presidency, Ireland will continue to reaffirm the EU's commitment to international law. We are also committed to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in the Middle East, based on a two-state solution that guarantees the rights of both Israelis and Palestinians to self-determination and to live in peace and safety within secure borders. In the wider Gulf region, we see a crisis that continues to impact regional security and the global economy. We have a memorandum of understanding between the US and Iran to end the conflict, and we must uphold this. This must be upheld. We must see an end to this and a return to a peaceful situation. And we must protect peacekeepers as well. EU enlargement, which you will discuss in detail, is a key priority for the presidency. The reason we called it Super Tuesday yesterday was because I had the honour of chairing the most intergovernmental conferences on accession of new member states that were held in a single day since 2002. So this is real momentum on the accession process. It was the busiest day for accession since 2002. So we see the candidacies of 4 front-runners, which are Montenegro, Ukraine, Moldova and Albania, advanced, and I commend their governments on the progress and thank the Member States, of course, for their cooperation. As a country that has strongly benefited from EU enlargement over the past 53 years, we want to see other European countries offer the same opportunities that we in Ireland got. As EU presidency, we want to advance the candidacies of all candidate countries, provided that they meet the conditions and the reforms that they are required to carry out. Ireland stands ready to grasp the generational opportunity that we have to further unify the peoples of our continent. The presidency will continue to demonstrate solidarity with Ukraine by fully supporting efforts to ensure that Ukraine can defend itself against Russia and its illegal aggression. As a strong supporter of the EU's common security and defence policy, we will ensure that its development and evolution remain on the agenda and responsive to the ongoing global crisis. Food security is really important, and your opinion on the livestock strategy, I think, is going to be important, particularly in the context of food security, but also biodiversity, climate-resilient landscapes and ensuring vibrant rural areas. So with the 3 pillars of the programme, competitiveness, values and security, I think it's obvious that they work hand in hand with one another. We hope that we can deliver a more efficient, secure and resilient union on which citizens may rely. The need has never been greater for better collaboration between member states, and we have this old Irish proverb Ní Neart Go Curla Céile, which is strength with unity. We adopted it as our presidency slogan because it does show in a small number of words what we believe our European mission is about, and I think also sends a signal as well, and that our diversity, that our culture, that our language has been protected by membership of the European Union and has thrived in the European Union, I would say. So with that, President, I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for that very fulsome presentation. So I'm now going to open the floor to speakers, and I have on my list, starting with the President of the Employers Group, Sandra Partey, sitting at 245. I see you. The floor is yours for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Byrne. Colleagues, thank you, Minister, for being with us today. I much appreciate that you're taking the time. On behalf of the Employers Group, let me start by welcoming Ireland's presidency at a moment where expectations are indeed high, but time is short. We strongly support the presidency's clear focus on competitiveness, on values, and on security. What we want to hear on behalf of European employers and businesses is that Europe must move from diagnosis to delivery. You rightly said that citizens will disengage when their concerns are not heard, and so are entrepreneurs and employers. Competitiveness is not a narrow business concern or some obsession. It is really the condition for quality jobs, for financing the green and the digital transition, and for sustaining our social model. And it is also a condition for companies to actually remain engaged in the EU. Europe has the assets, we know that. They have the industrial capacity, a world-class workforce, and a powerful single market, in theory. But it doesn't put these pieces together in a way that actually makes the machine work. We still need to reduce unnecessary regulatory burden. We still haven't completed the single market, and we still have to find the right balance when it comes to trade policy with regards to partnership and diversification, but also protecting us from unfair competition. We very much, as I say, welcome Ireland's commitment to values, to security and enlargement, and we place a lot of hope into your capabilities to advance the next EU budget. This is going to be key for delivering on all of these tasks. Minister, for the next 6 months, you are in the driving seat to deliver a framework that supports investment, resilience and growth. Please use that seat for driving, not just for sitting. Shift the gears from ambition to action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And I now go to Lucia Studnik over here. Lucy is at 319. She has a hand up. President of the Workers' Group, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. Minister Byrne, it's a pleasure to welcome the Irish Presidency to the EESC. Europe finds itself at a crossroad of geopolitical instability, economic turmoil and social crisis. The last Eurobarometer shows cost of living, inflation and rising prices as the most pressing concerns, followed by jobs, defence and security, poverty and social exclusion, and housing and quality of life. Hear the voice of the people. Hear the voice of the civil society. Tackle the social crisis breathing under our feet. Inaccessible housing, persisting poverty, rising cost of living, quality of jobs. These points to clear actions. Turn the quality jobs into a reality. Push the EU budget negotiations into the right direction. Monitor, pay transparency and collective bargaining commitments. Don't let biased statistical readings fuel deregulation. Your motto is strength in unity. True unity comes from solidarity, but we don't see any reference to social policy in your priorities. Push for Europe that works for its people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucia. And we now go to Cillian Lohan, President of Civil Society Organisations. Cillian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Séamus. Thank you, Minister, and welcome to our plenary session. On behalf of Group 3, can I wish you all the best with the Irish Presidency of the European Council. And we know from what we've just heard that you take over at a hugely challenging time. The previous speakers have mentioned the details of some of those challenges that we face, and you can certainly count on our support in trying to address them. I want to raise a couple of points from your priorities that you've mentioned that resonate with us as a group and indeed I think across this House. The first being in relation to defending EU values, and you mentioned equality. Just before you arrived in the room we adopted an opinion on gender equality, and I think within that opinion we highlighted the fact that increased equality in a society makes a society more resilient and more innovative, as everyone can contribute according to their talents. Secondly, I wanted to add to that by referencing the fact that the EU is a peace project, and you talked a bit about peace and about defence. Within our working programme, we focus on resilient communities, and I would link that to your mention of the Democracy Shield. Strengthening civil society and strengthening communities and stakeholder engagement is actually essential to contribute to building a peaceful EU. And I mention all of that in the context of Article 3 of the Treaty, which states that the Union shall work for a sustainable development of Europe. And indeed, I think when addressing competitiveness and addressing our economic challenges, the best framework that we can address them in, the fairest framework and the one that will deliver best for us, is the Sustainable Development Framework. And then finally, we are firmly convinced that the European project will work and succeed only if at every step of the process it effectively includes all of civil society. We need to protect, resource and enhance civil society to be able to fully engage with you on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Killian. And now to Peter Byrne, member of Group 1. The floor is yours. There you are.
Hi, Minister Byrne. It has a nice ring to it, Minister Byrne. I might actually work on that one for myself. Minister, I have two questions for you, if I may. And first of all, thank you for coming back to the EESC. It's nice to see you again. My first question relates to the fact that you spoke at the our EESC Stakeholders Forum, the All-Ireland Stakeholders Forum. And Britain is the second biggest market of exports for the European Union. We have 5.5 million EU citizens living in Britain, and some estimates put 1 in every 10 workers in the professional section, at least, to be from the EU. What do you think Ireland might bring in terms of our unique understanding and relationship with Britain that might provide a stronger pathway towards a closer relationship with the UK? And my second question is that on Super Tuesday, when Ireland joined the EU in 1973, I mean, in fairness, we wouldn't have been at the races in terms of having the financial clout that the other members had. And recently, like yourself, I've had the opportunity to meet some of the countries that are looking to join the EU. And I pick up from them a reticence, a reservation about, well, maybe we're not as wealthy or as strong as some of the other countries that are going to join. What can you say to them that would assure them that the Irish journey was one of growth, one of development, one of cultural change that will enrich their lives, and that they will see the EU as more than a place of economic development, but as a place of cultural growth, of societal growth? So that's my two questions for you, and thank you very much for coming back.
Thank you, Peter. And now I go to Jack O'Connor, sitting at 229. The floor is yours, Jack.
Good afternoon, Minister. And well, the three themes you have chosen as the pillars, I would say, along with climate change, address the greatest challenges facing the European Union. It is entirely correct to put values front and centre, because our European values are under the most serious attack since the founding of the Union by people who share the outlook, both externally and internally, of Putin, Trump and Netanyahu. But in the context of values and with respect, I would say that it is important to be careful to be adopting double standards on the violation of human rights, because it is equally abhorrent, irrespective of whether it applies in the Ukraine or Palestine. Your government could not be accused of double standards in this respect, but there are tendencies. And it must also extend to inclusiveness because, as you know, Minister, we have a weakness here in our country in that 2/3 of our workers do not have a right to be represented by trade unions or to engage in collective bargaining. On security, it might be better if you use the term peace and security because there is a danger of a drift towards militarism in Europe and we need to be concerned about that. There is an issue, we agree, on competitiveness, particularly with regard to productivity, but that means addressing the issues around innovation and venture capital and not undermining workers' rights or making Europe more like America. It should be about competitiveness to buttress our values, not dilute them. Thank you, Minister, for coming here, and we wish your government every success with your presidency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. And I now go to Michael McLaughlin, sitting at 204. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President, and you're very welcome, Minister. I very much welcome the comments about digital issues and young people. I would draw the government's attention, the Presidency's attention, to the work of Eurochild and the European Youth Forum, which I think share that focus on the Digital Fairness Act, which will look at the platforms and regulating them, but not on chasing down young people with age bans and things like this. This is what the voluntary and community organisations working in the field are looking for. Separately to that here, I am chair of the Ukraine Civic Society Partnership, joint partnership, and we know that we welcome very much the opening of clusters and the progress been made, but we do know there's a lot more work to be done on sanctions. There's a current package and there will be future packages during the Irish Presidency. We're still buying oil from Russia. We have huge supplies of liquid natural gas. There's issues around shipping and shipbuilding, our shipyards, and of course there is the Aluma issue that we're very familiar with in Ireland. I think it would be a real historic achievement of the Irish Presidency to make huge progress on this. Things are changing in Ukraine, things are changing at the front line, and I think a real robust sanctions package during our Presidency would be a great legacy and a great memorial to the Irish Presidency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I go to Konstantinos Mazaroulas, sitting at 156. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President. I will speak in Greek. Κύριε Υπουργέ, η Ευρώπη βρίσκεται αντιμέτωπη με τις συνέπειες των πολέμων, της γεωπολιτικής αστάθειας και της οικονομικής αβεβαιότητας. Πρόσφατα, ο ECM προειδοποίησε ότι αν συνεχιστεί η κατάσταση στη Μέση Ανατολή και εφόσον υπάρξει μια απότομη αλλαγή μεταβολής στις αγορές των ΗΠΑ, η Ευρωζώνη κινδυνεύει με ύφεση και πληθυσμό 5%. Συνεπώς, αν εξετάσουμε ταυτόχρονα και την κόπωση των ευρωπαϊκών κοινωνιών, αλλά και την άνοδο των ακραίων πολιτικών δυνάμεων, το σύνθημά σας, η ισχύς εν τη ενός, είναι πιο επίκαιρο από ποτέ. Χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα γιατί στην κρίση που θα αντιμετωπίσει η διαπραγμάτευση για το νέο πολιετή δημοσιονομικό προγραμματισμό, η Ιρλανδική Προεδρία αντιμετωπίζει από κοινού τα έσοδα και τις δαπάνες. Εκείνο που πρέπει να ξέρουμε πάντα είναι ότι η ανταγωνιστικότητα και η ασφάλεια είναι επένδυση στην ισχυρή Ευρώπη, αλλά η πολιτική συνοχής και η κοινή αγροτική πολιτική είναι επένδυση στην ενότητα. Και η ενότητα από μόνη της είναι πολλαπλασιαστής ισχύως. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you very much. And I now go to Cynthia Del Rio, sitting at 113. The floor is yours, Cynthia.
Yes, thank you. I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I will speak in Italian. Tra le priorità di carattere sociale che ha indicato, mi preme sottolineare il focus sulla difesa dei valori fondanti europei e sul concetto di competitività che la Presidenza ci chiede di esplorare con un parere. Come i principi di uguaglianza, non discriminazione e di inclusione siano elementi centrali anche per la crescita economica dell'Unione Europea e quindi un volano per una competitività giusta e sostenibile. Non c'è dubbio che una società divisa e diseguale non sia competitiva. Apprezziamo questo approccio di considerare la dimensione sociale parte integrante della competitività europea che ci differenzia da altre grandi aree economiche del mondo. Ma la Presidenza irlandese ha un dossier scottante da seguire, il negoziato sul bilancio europeo, e quindi quanto viene allocato per la spesa sociale, quale flessibilità finanziaria assegnata agli Stati membri per investimenti sociali. Noi vediamo restrizioni nell'allocazione di risorse per il Fondo Sociale Europeo Plus e per la quota di spesa per investimenti sociali in altri fondi europei. Serve complementarietà con le risorse nazionali, pubbliche e private, ma serve un piano rigoroso che valorizzi la spesa sociale funzionale allo sviluppo sostenibile dell'Unione Europea, ad un sistema economico che generi valore e che lo redistribuisca. Se vogliamo investire in formazione, competenze adeguate alle trasformazioni in atto, infrastrutture sociali che agevolino la partecipazione nel mercato del lavoro, politiche di interventi mirati per affrontare la povertà, servizi pubblici di qualità, abbiamo bisogno di un bilancio dedicato, costante, regolare, monitorato attraverso un processo più inclusivo del semestre europeo. Ci auguriamo che la Presidenza irlandese riesca a fare breccia tra i governi, soprattutto quelli più scettici, ad un'allocazione importante di risorse europee a supporto della coesione sociale, ambientale ed economica che devono andare insieme.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. I now go to Elena Imbricano della Iglesia. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Hablaré en español. Gracias, presidente. Muchas gracias, señor ministro. A pesar de que la vivienda asequible no constituye uno de los pilares estratégicos de la presidencia irlandesa, me parece una cuestión especialmente relevante para abordar hoy aquí, desde la perspectiva de la sociedad civil, ya que es un vital asunto que forma parte de su agenda de calidad de vida y política social. La vivienda es hoy uno de los principales problemas y gastos de los hogares europeos y tiene un impacto directo sobre su bienestar económico, capacidad de consumo y acceso a otros servicios esenciales. Por ello, una Europa competitiva debe ser también una Europa que garantice que sus ciudadanos pueden vivir en condiciones adecuadas. La solución debe pasar por tener mercados transparentes, una mayor información, protección frente a prácticas abusivas y viviendas asequibles, sostenibles y eficientes. La presidencia irlandesa ofrece una oportunidad para reforzar esta dimensión social del proyecto europeo, porque el crecimiento de una Europa competitiva solo será posible e integral si mejora la vida cotidiana de sus ciudadanos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Elena. And I now like to go to Marina Rosic, sitting at 287. Marina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Esteemed Minister, Chairman and colleagues, I will continue on Croatian. Vaše predsjedanje dolazi u trenutku kada tržište Europske unije očekuje konkretne akcije. Bez jedinstvenog tržišta nema ni konkurentnosti. Stoga je prevladavanje prepreka i rješavanje strašnih 10 prepreka koje je identificirala Europska komisija ključno za ostvarivanje njegovog punog potencijala. Uvođenje 28. režima kao i europskog digitalnog novčanika sigurni smo da će predstavljati korak naprijed u ostvarivanju digitalnog jedinstvenog tržišta. Međutim, ključno je da ovi alati budu operativni, sigurni i primjenjivi za sve oblike trgovačkog društva. Fokus mora biti na implementaciji postojećih zakona i uklanjanju prepreka, jer upravo je to ono što ruši naše tržišno natjecanje i tržišno okruženje za tvrtke i potkopava integritet jedinstvenog tržišta. Irska ima iskustvo, te tu očekujemo da dobru praksu primijeni za svoje predsjedanje. Zahvaljujem.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to go to Stefano Palmieri, President of REX, sitting at 236. The floor is yours, Stefano.
Dear Minister Byrne, the priority of the Irish Presidency are very close to the IEC on priority in external relations and trade. This is particularly important for EU enlargement, for cooperation with trusted partners and for strengthening Europe's resilience. Our support for candidate countries and especially for Ukraine remains strong. We already involved a civil society representative from candidate country in the preparation of our opinion. In this way, our committee is the first EU institution to put this gradual integration of civil society from candidate country into practice. Today, geopolitical context show the enlargement is about more than accession. Candidate countries are key partners in strengthening Europe's security resilience, democratic value, labour rights, environmental standards. They also help us respond to hybrid threats and disinformation. We also welcome the Irish Presidency commitment to peace and security in the Middle East. This comes at a critical moment. Our committee continues to call for de-escalation, renewed dialogue and full respect for international humanitarian law. In this context, the committee will continue to strengthen dialogue across the Mediterranean through Euromed Summit. It is also essential that EU and UK work together on shared global challenge, and our committee supports this work through dialogue with UK and Irish civil society. Finally, we welcome the Irish Presidency focus on economic security, peace, open and rule-based trade, diversification and resilient supply chain. This is highly relevant for EU-China relations, where we need more balance and reciprocity while keeping dialogue open. And we will meet the China Economic and Social Council in September. In preparation, we are working our recommendation on how to rebalance EU-China trade. Dear Minister, good luck for your presidency, and our commitment is that we will continue to work together with your presidency. Thanks.
Thank you, Stefano. And I now go to Nuno Serra, sitting at 304. Nuno, the floor is yours.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Sr. Ministro, muito bem-vindo. Apesar de não ter ouvido falar muito de agricultura, tenho a certeza absoluta que essa será uma das prioridades e pontos fortes da presidência irlandesa. A presidência irlandesa assume o Conselho da União Europeia num momento decisivo para a política agrícola comum. A Irlanda, que tem uma forte tradição agrícola e agroindustrial, e, por essa razão, coloco já a minha primeira questão. É com uma proposta da PAC, que tem menos dotação orçamental, que desmantela o desenvolvimento rural, que permite uma renacionalização desta política, criando distorções no mercado, como é que a presidência irlandesa vai garantir o reforço da resiliência dos agricultores, incentivar a economia agroalimentar e garantir, acima de tudo, a segurança alimentar acessível a todos os europeus? Sr. Ministro, esperamos que a presidência irlandesa defenda e garanta uma abordagem europeia coordenada e que permita proteger o rendimento dos agricultores e assegure que a PAC continua a ser um pilar de estabilidade, sustentabilidade e prosperidade para toda a Europa. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Nuno. And now we go to Renato Mattioni, sitting at 200. The floor is yours.
Italiano rapidissimo. Complimenti per il documento e per la parte internazionale che ricorda invero il paradosso del porcospino di Schopenhauer, i due porcospini che hanno freddo, che si mettono vicini e poi si allontanano per forza. Una riflessione rapida e concreta. Euro digitale, siccome adesso hanno fatto le banche, hanno individuato due sole raccomandazioni. La prima, ovviamente, costi per le imprese quasi zero, e seconda dimensione, trasparenza. Chiudo e spero che prima o poi ci sarà un capitolo sulle città, che è un'idea europea. L'agenda urbana delle città è una dimensione sulla quale si fa socialità e impresa diffusa da quella turistica a quella del commercio. Grazie.
Thank you very much. And I now go to Elena Alexander Calistro, Elena, the floor is yours. I'm not sure where
I
you
am
are.
hiding this time right in the back. Here I am in the pink suit. Yeah. No longer have front row seats. So, Minister, it's good to see you again. Thank you for being here. I'm going to talk about the MFF, while I'm sure that by the end of this mandate, you will start shutting down whenever you hear about the MFF. But because you've mentioned the way in which we involved civil society when it comes to shaping the priorities of the Irish Presidency, I think that we can count on you as an ally when it comes to mainstreaming the involvement of civil society in the negotiations with regards to the MFF. This is probably one of the key priorities where, of course, you'll have to be an honest broker, but where I think you still have a place to act, and where you can definitely set a standard is in the way in which you manage to regulate and put in writing this kind of mechanisms where civil society, social partners have a place at the table, either in monitoring committees or by having regulations that make it mandatory or strongly encouraged to have civil society there when deciding the priorities of the MFF. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Elena. You're President of ECHO. And I now go to Inuit Sibian, sitting at 305. The floor is yours, Inuit. There you are.
Thank you, President. Dear Minister, I warmly welcome the Irish Presidency's decision to place European value in the centre of its priority. As a rapporteur of the EESC opinion on both Agora EU and the opinion that you requested on the inclusive democratic participation, I am convinced that Europe's democratic resilience cannot rely solely on defending institutions against disinformation or foreign interference. It must also invest in the citizens and organizations that keep democracy alive every day. Civil society organizations are essential democratic infrastructure. They empower communities, engage young people, strengthen media literacy, promote volunteering, and build trust where institutions alone cannot reach. The European Democracy Shield will only succeed if its third pillar is matched by adequate resources. This is why the ESC has called for a stronger Agora EU program, support for civil society with operational grants on all Agora program strengths, simplified funding for grassroots organizations, geographical balance in funds allocation, and structured civil dialogue in line with Article 10 and 11 of the Treaty. A resilient Europe is built not only by protecting democracy, but by enabling citizens to participate in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inuit. I'd now like to go to our last speaker, Agnes Chair. Agnes, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, President, and dear Minister, I will turn into Gaelic. Falchim riv an genje, agus is moragum, e go nyen für an gweilge, a hanga ifigul de kij, uach taranach nach heran. Is rahi tabatach isho, gur fedir le nashun a, maher hanga a kihnu, kiard dinabun usak, agus kij, riach tanach de kulturna Europa. Guref mach agut es girju arahit yorpach na liani. Tamole agum. Grupa mini liboch tinyakta liani achrultu kundero ekurle bochti nyakt liani mar antosi acht ish arje. I am giving you because I am not sure that it was good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Agnes. Well done. Good use of Irish. Well done. Okay, that's the actual script in case we don't understand it.
I did understand it. Thank you. Thank you. It was a great honour.
Okay, so are the various contributions made by all of you on the floor. Now, Minister Byrne, it is your turn to make the best of the questions and observations. Thank you.
Well, I dusach boire Larry me as Gaelge, cahi me ra, gur mór an honor doing as Éireann, gur leabhar dinne de bhur duscarí ón Ongar massam trí gaeilge inniuh is mór an onóir sin dar tír agus tá an ceart agat is réimse is cuid anna hácht an Aontas Eorpach an difriocht cultúrtha agus an difriocht teanga a thuirt le chéile agus measa gin ar a chéile freisin agus tuiscint a bheith agan ar a chéile freisin agus sin é bonús an Aontas Eorpach sin é bonús na síochána bonús dulcan cinn ach na míochta freisin san Aontas Eorpach agus maidir leis an barantas páiste Eorpach agus maidir le bochtanas na leanaí tá ceart agat go caiimid fáil ré le bochtanacht na leanaí agus tá rialtas na hÉireann ag déanamh obair sa bhaile maidir leis sin agus freisin sa Eorp. Mar tá is aganne más féidir linn an iomaíochas a chuircan cinn agus dulcan cinn a dhéanamh san iomaíochas is féidir linn níos mó postanna a chur fáil do muintir na Eorp a freisin, níos mó income níos mó sin a tharla in éireann agus is féidir linn do bhhair sin má tá postanna agan atá postanna maithe, postanna le termí maithe is féidir linn saol na níní a chur chun cinn agus sin an fá go bhfuil na mídne agus is tócha go bhfuil gachtainna san Aontas Eorpach go bhfuil mar bhil stáit den Aontas Eorpach. I'll continue in English if that's okay. I'm happy to speak in Irish though. Very happy, and I just said, you heard what I said, I suppose, on the interpretation, so you don't need me to repeat it. Can I just say about competitiveness? And again, we've heard a lot, and I hear the employers today talking about competitiveness and the need to improve our competitiveness. And it's been suggested that there's talk, but where's the action? I mean, the action has started under the Irish Presidency, and in fact before under the Cyprus Presidency as well. We have a road map for the single market, the One Europe, One Market plan. Enrico Letta is the rapporteur on the One Europe, One Market roadmap. I had Mr. Letta, Professor Letta from Italy, former Prime Minister. He spoke at our General Affairs Council yesterday in order that we can continue to progress the roadmap, as has been started under the Cyprus Presidency, and to give us ideas as to how to progress it, not just within the political system, within the legislative process, but also within society as a whole. And that was one of the points he made yesterday when he came to speak to us. He said that it was very important for all of us as government ministers to go back home and to work out ways of talking to society in general, talking to business. He specifically mentioned business. He also specifically mentioned trade unions. And speaking to the rest of society is very, very important. So I certainly want to do that. In Ireland, I've already been doing it. We do see already some progress on the roadmap. We will have some trialogues next week on some of the proposals in it. We are working on many of the proposals, working to get positions at the Council, engaging with the Parliament, and this is going to make Europe a better place to be a citizen, because economic growth, in our view, drives improved livelihoods. And I would say on the social Europe, to our trade union partners, and again, you're very much, of course, part of the conversation on the One Market Roadmap, it is not the case that the Irish Presidency doesn't talk about social policy. It certainly does. And I can quote exactly from our priorities. We will work to support a socio-economic model that emphasises societal resilience, inclusion and cohesion, and will take forward initiatives on employment, supporting quality jobs within modern labour markets. So that is very, very clear. And again, we need the voices of all when it comes to enacting what we want to do during our presidency. And that is why we've engaged with the Economic and Social Committee, but it's also why we had a really extensive public consultation before our presidency to talk to. I basically met anybody who asked to meet me. in advance of the presidency to hear their views on what our priorities should be, and that included trade unions and their representatives at national level of the various unions. So that is something that we take very, very seriously. And I just say on the MFF, and a number of you talked about the MFF, I mean, we are now the honest broker. We've agreed this with the Member States. I take very seriously what you said about the role of civil society. We're going to negotiate an MFF because, quite frankly, many people that you represent will be waiting on funds in various sectors of our society. Will be waiting on funds in January 2028. And that's why it's really important that we need to agree an MFF this year, that we can then pass the legislation between this year and next year to make sure that those funds are available on the 1st of January 2028. So you're foremost in our minds on that. The EU is a peace process. I've already said that, but certainly that's what motivates us as Ireland in the European Union. We saw it. Peace in the peace in Northern Ireland was inspired actually in Strasbourg. John Hume, famous MEP, the only one who won a Nobel Peace Prize while a member of the European Parliament from the north of Ireland. He stood on the bridge in Strasbourg between Strasbourg and Kiel, and he imagined peace in Northern Ireland by saying, well, if Germany and France can make peace, why can't Catholic and Protestant or Ireland and Britain make peace? And how right he was. And that inspires us and continues to inspire us and inspires all of our presidency. On enlargement, I can say we are delivering on enlargement. We had the greatest number of intergovernmental conferences yesterday, a greater number than any that has been held since 2002, and that is really positive. And this hasn't just happened by fluke. Yes, there's been work done, of course, by the Commission, by the countries themselves, and indeed by the Cyprus presidency. But over the past year and a half, I have engaged extensively with accession countries. Our officials have engaged extensively in the accession countries and with other member states as well, to ensure that we were ready on day one of the presidency to deliver on this agenda, and we have certainly shown that. Farmers have been mentioned, and they're absolutely not forgotten. They're one of the big considerations in the entire of the MFF, and I don't need to speak from an Irish national point of view. I speak for many member states who have said that to me, and we cannot take for granted the agricultural community, and indeed our Minister for Agriculture was before the Agri Committee in the European Parliament yesterday and the PESH Committee today, and I think that's very important. I do like our colleague from Italy, I think it was Mr. Mattioni, who spoke about cities. Was it Mr. Yeah. Mr. Mattioni spoke about cities. Thank you for that. Actually, I think it's again, it needs to get more into the conversation in the European Union as well. That's something that needs to be talked about a lot more. And then I had some. I'll make sure. I know I'm kind of going in broad brush. Climate change is obviously a really, really important part of the agenda. The rights of the child online. The Taoiseach has made this a really significant priority, and the work has already started on that. We had a vote in the European Parliament last week on the CSAM derogation, and we're working in the Council now to progress that. And there are other, obviously, very important aspects of child online safety that we will pursue. The equality agenda is certainly in our programme, and housing, of course, is a very important priority. It's a priority for us at home, but I can say from an EU point of view, it's a very high priority. We are working with the Commission to organise a housing summit during the presidency. We'll see, but we'll actually have the first ever meeting, informal meeting of housing ministers during our presidency. I don't think there's been one before, and that will happen during our presidency. And there's a new focus on housing at the EU level. It's not that the EU is going to start building houses, but the question is, where does the EU add value in helping member states or municipalities to provide housing, or where is the EU currently taking away value by maybe imposing too many regulations or rules? And I think it's good to have all of these issues trashed out. But look, bhí sé go hinnta dumsa bhean seo inniuh ag plé na gceist na tábhachtaí seo live inniuh. Sorry, I broke into Irish without saying, so I'm speaking in Irish now. An suci sivíolta agus sibse an seo ar son na hagar sí go léir agus ar son gó ar son na ceart cumann agus ar son muintir suci sivíolta. Tá ról annathcht agah se agus éistóí Uachtaránach na hÉireann live go géir by clús by mise ag dailá leis an Uachtarán Stoke agus leis a Iran agus tá muidne an dul rá agus an aimimagin ná job ma a dhéanamh gníomh along gníomh a dhéanamh tá caint stoppa tá olbhacán stoppa tá muid príomhne leis sin inis tá muid ag gníomhíocht agus ag chur na tosaíochtaí tá agan I bhaim ag dul go dtí na Ballstáit ag caintló ag idirbartíocht adran hain agus freisin ag caint le Parliament na Europa agus libse an soci sa fialta freisin agus guim gachrá ar an obair atá roimh in Neamh agus in Márach agus caiimime rá freisin Tásúlagan go mbeidh níos mó síocháin agah má éiríonn libh I rint na bliana seo mar ba níos mó tíortha agus níos mó buail ag taptaisteach sa chuiste seo. So go éirí libh go léir.
Anara Arish. I'd just like to thank all of you members for the valuable contributions. I would like to sincerely thank the Minister for affording the time to be here and to deliver the messages from the Irish Presidency, which I believe will be quite an exciting and challenging presidency at the same time. There will be, as you rightly point out, a lot of emphasis, of course, on the economics, but equally on the culture. And you talked a great deal with great pride about the Irish language and about language in general and the differences that we must embrace in terms of culture and language. There will be an Irish evening in October. If you're in Brussels, we would like to invite you along, which I think will also display a good deal of that culture and that music and that tradition as well. So we look forward, Minister, to your government and to you in particular with this responsibility to delivering an exciting and challenging presidency. And again, I thank you for being here. Gurmila Margaret.
That was an incredible honour for a Hungarian delegate to speak Irish. That's the first time it's ever happened.
Thank you very much again. And while you're while we're preparing the roster for the next debate, I just want your attention for a moment. I'd like to refer, and I forgot in my statement to say thank you to Maria for the Connect Europe and the excellent event held in Sofia, and indeed the Bulgarian delegations with their help as well. I think it proved to be, I was very pleased to contribute to it. It proved to be an enormous success, and I know that because even though I couldn't be there myself, I was getting lots of texts from members and from people in attendance. And again, it gives a great demonstration of the power of the EESC and the way we reach people. There was a lot of media coverage as a result of that, and a lot of good, solid press. So I'd like to thank you, Maria, for that and for the work, and you and your staff did. Just getting ready for the next debate, which is, as you know, better protection for workers' quality jobs and fair labour mobility. So just give me a minute while we get set up. Okay, thank you. Okay, dear Executive Vice President, dear Oksana, may I welcome you sincerely to this plenary. I feel we've had a lot of interaction in the last month in terms of different events we've been at and also our formal meeting. So it is a great pleasure to see you here. We saw each other in Ballina last month, I think, or last few weeks in the informal EBSCO. And I understand that you will be returning to our October plenary when we will hold our high-level conference on poverty education. Your presence here today is a strong signal of the importance that the Commission attaches to an EU that is both competitive and social. With today's debate very much bringing together those two sides of the same coin. This afternoon we will be debating two particular opinions, two draft opinions. The first concerns quality jobs roadmap and the second concerns labour mobility. Both opinions touch upon fundamental questions for the future of Europe, including how to ensure that the green digital demographic transitions create not only jobs but better jobs. And how can we support businesses, including SMEs, in adapting and changing while safeguarding the fair working conditions we all value? For the EESC, the answer lies in the view that Europe's economic and social model can only be resilient if it is based on quality employment, effective rights, strong enforcement and trust. Quality jobs are not a luxury. They are a condition for sustainable competitiveness, for social cohesion, and for citizens' confidence in the European project. This means securing fair wages, good working conditions, investing in safe and healthy workplaces, in the right to skills and lifelong learning, and in the involvement of workers and trade unions in the changes that affect them. Civil society organisations have a most important role to play, particularly in reaching the vulnerable workers in vulnerable communities, improving access to information and ensuring that rights can be effectively exercised. The future work with AI will necessitate addressing many new risks. From the algorithmic management and work intensification to psychosocial risks, climate-related risks and new forms of precariousness. So at the same time, fair labour mobility must be protected. As the single market has developed, many companies have made legitimate use of posting, including third-country nationals, providing services across borders, contributing to competitiveness, mobility and economic integration in Europe. However, too often this system is undermined by abuse. Some of the most vulnerable workers, particularly third country nationals, are placed in an exploitive situation and are shaped by the legal uncertainty and the full dependency on employers. And this is unacceptable. The rules on posting exist to ensure that cross-border mobility never comes to the expense of workers' rights and dignity. Such abuse harms everyone. It deprives workers of fair treatment and protection, and it penalises businesses that comply with the rules that are undercut by unfair exploitative competition. Europe's competitiveness can never be built on lowering standards. Social fairness, economic competitiveness must reinforce each other, must be friends effectively, and must work in partnership. That is why strengthening fair mobility is not only a social imperative, it is a prerequisite for the competitive and well-functioning single market. The reality is we need competitiveness. We need a fair competitiveness. We need a competitiveness that works for the industry, the small businesses, and to ensure that we have an economy that we can rely on. Executive Vice President, we welcome the Commission's initiatives and look forward to a constructive exchange today. So with that, I will ask you to take the floor and present your speech.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone. President Bolland, dear rapporteurs, dear members of the EESC. I'm very happy to be back in this plenary and to exchange on how we protect workers better in Europe. And there's so much to continue to do in a Europe that stands for quality, including for quality of jobs, but it's very relevant that your debate focuses on two dimensions of how we can protect our workers in Europe better through the quality of the jobs, with the different dimensions that involve the idea of quality job, but also through what we need to do better in terms of labor mobility. And I will get into more details about our proposal that will come this autumn in terms of fair labor mobility. But these dimensions that are reflected by the two opinions that you debate and vote on today are absolutely central to our work on the social agenda in Europe, and I thank you for that and for the exchange today. I will start with some remarks on the work that you do on the quality jobs. As I've said a bit earlier, generally when we speak with our citizens in the European Union, and this is my personal experience, is that the European Union stands for quality, for standards of quality. And this is a conversation that now we have a lot with our candidate countries that want to become part of the European Union and aim towards these standards of quality and protection that we find in labor, in environment, in health, in so many domains of people's lives. And when we think, and people think about also European cars, when they think about European food, about European design, about the environment that surrounds them, from water, drinking water, to the air they breathe, they do think about quality. And so it must be true that we need to also make sure that when we say Europe, we say quality jobs. In many ways, in Europe, we have quality jobs because the level in many industries, in many parts of the quality of employment is high, especially when you compare it to other parts of this world. But we compare these to our social rights, we compare these to decent life, and then we see that there's much to be done in this area. And we are looking at what more needs to be done. Together, I would name some areas that are of specific need for more action: algorithmic management, the artificial intelligence in the workplace, where rules, and it's difficult, of course, we acknowledge this, rules with difficulty can catch up with the reality on the ground, with the dynamic of technology. Then we need to also look at a series of gaps that we might be more familiar with, like better enforcement of the rules that we already have at European level. And here we might speak a lot about health and safety in the workplace. And I'm actually looking at the numbers on health and safety that we have in Europe. We are renowned for the high standards on that, but still every time I see incidents and accidents related to health and safety in work sites, it creates such an impact, and it gives more impetus on how we need to deal better and do more to enforce rules on this. Then in areas such as subcontracting, working conditions are not always what they should be. And there are sectors where we see that this is in need of improvement. Job quality should not be...
It's okay.
No, I'm sure I've not said anything that was deserving of being clapped, so my thoughts were different, but yeah. No, because I must tell you, I'm thinking about, maybe you've heard about this construction site, accident and the situation here in Brussels. We don't have the causes, we don't know, I cannot comment on that, I cannot and do not want to put it in my speech, but it's a construction site, there are workers there, there are people that lost their lives or that are injured, and it's on my mind fully. So I was thinking as you were clapping that, oh my God, maybe you hear my thoughts. It's not just a speech when we speak about health and safety, it's so much more. So, but yeah, thank you for getting me out of my speech. Then, again, as I've said, we look at subcontracting and working conditions in sectors that use this model more intensively and where we need to make sure that job conditions are at the same standard as in any other sectors. And in the end, job quality should not be only about the job itself, but also it should be about, and this is quite important, how we help workers transition from one job to another in the same company, in the same industry, from one sector to another, and this is quite an important concept, helping workers transition directly from one job to another and avoiding situations of unemployment. And this is quite an important part of my work as well. Now, we have set the direction of travel with the Quality Jobs Roadmap that we adopted in the European Commission last December. This was a starting point. But alongside this, we started the consultations with the European social partners. First round on this initiative of quality jobs ended. Now we will soon launch the second phase consultation, covering exactly the topics that I've described earlier and leading to a Quality Jobs Act proposal that we plan to present at the end of 2026, at the end of this year. This act will be an opportunity to look at also an important dimension, how we can strengthen social dialogue, how we can strengthen collective bargaining. These are two quintessential dimensions of the European social model and absolutely necessary in an industry, in an economy, in societies that are more and more disruptive. And in this sense, I see a very close alignment between our thinking around the quality jobs agenda and the EESC opinion. I would also say that it is important that when we think of quality jobs, we are all online or aboard this idea that we cannot compete on cheap labor or on poor working conditions. They cannot be part of the competitiveness model that Europe is seeking for. Our strength must always lie in the skills of our workforce, in the quality of our jobs, bringing the talent that the companies need as they compete. And if we want to attract and keep talent in any type of job, if we want businesses that innovate, if we want to raise productivity, quality jobs are always part of the answer. So protecting workers, strengthening competitiveness are, as also President Bolland mentioned, part of the same agenda. And nowhere is that clearer than in the next opinion that we are discussing today, which is about mobility, and a few remarks on my side on that and on posting of third country nationals as well. On this, we must be clear-eyed about what is happening on the ground in Europe. We have workers from outside the European Union who are being recruited in one member state, often with the intention of posting them to another member state the very next day or in a couple of days. And this is the model. And that is not genuine posting. And your opinion is right to call this out as recruitment-driven posting. And it is a way of using the rules to do something that the rules were never meant to actually allow. And this is quite important, and it matters for two reasons. And the first is about workers who are often vulnerable, who are dependent on their employer, unsure of their rights, facing language barriers, in precarious living conditions and working situations. And I've met such cases myself in several sectors across Europe. When posting is not genuine posting, it is very often that these workers are the ones that actually pay the price through the poor working conditions and, in the worst cases, through outright exploitation and social dumping. And the second is about the fairness of our single market. When posting becomes a way to bypass labour market rules, it does not just harm one particular worker or group of people. It undermines the businesses that follow those rules. So this is not a mere technical issue. It goes to the heart of what we mean by fair competition in Europe. And if we don't address it, it can undermine the trust in the single market. It can undermine the resilience of the European social model, and many times it can undermine, in the end, the social fibre that we see in many of our European societies. Now, we are working with the European Labour Authority to get a clearer picture on the phenomenon, to see which sectors, which countries of origin, what conditions these workers actually face. And we are also looking at how to strengthen enforcement against the subcontracting and agency chains that make abuse easier to hide, and at the tools that can help authorities, inspections, verify what is genuine and what is not in terms of posting. And here too, your opinion points in the right direction, calling for stronger enforcement around genuine establishment and for a bigger role for the European Labour Authority. And that is very much the direction that we intend to take. And in this sense, we have the recent political agreements on the Social Security Coordination Regulation, the 883, and on the e-declaration for the posting of workers, and these are two very important steps that we've already achieved. The former includes a mandatory affiliation to Social Security before posting of 3 months. The latter introduces an obligate and mandatory information requirement on the validity of visas for posted third country nationals. The Fair Labour Mobility Package that we intend to present in September will be the moment to set out the next steps, including on the stronger mandate of the European Labour Authority. It will also announce a new initiative specifically on posted third country nationals that we will come up with in 2027. We are still working, still reflecting on the content of this initiative, so your report is an extremely good basis for our work on this topic. So on that note, I will thank Rapporteur Hafner as well as Professor Verschuren for their very, very good job. To conclude, dear President, Rapporteurs and members, both opinions that we debate today speak to the same conviction that European social model and Europe's competitiveness are not in opposition and intention, and that they go hand in hand with each other, and that they will rise together or that they will fail together. And this is a point I also want to make next week when we will present in the College of Commissioners a communication on the European Pillar of Social Rights, where we are and where we are going with our social compass. I believe that the EESC is uniquely placed to show that our social model, our competitiveness go hand in hand. You bring voice, you bring together the voice of workers, the voice of employers and civil society to a table that has to debate exactly this. And it is what makes our policies better, and it is what makes our policies last. Looking forward for our debate today, and again, thanking you for the topics.
Thank you, Executive Vice President, dear Roxana. Thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. I'd now like to go to the first of the rapporteurs, Claude Rowland, to present your opinion. The floor is yours for 4 minutes.
Merci. Tout d'abord, vous remercier, Madame la Vice-présidente, parce que vous êtes sortie un peu au début de votre texte. Et je pense que nous avons la même difficulté aujourd'hui, c'est de parler de la qualité du travail quand dans cette ville, 6 ouvriers hier sont morts dans un terrible incendie. Et ma conviction, c'est que notre rôle comme partenaires sociaux, comme société civile, comme décideurs européens, c'est de faire en sorte que demain, il ne soit plus possible que des femmes et des hommes perdent leur vie en voulant la gagner. Et c'est vrai que ce n'est pas facile, je trouve, d'avoir ce type de débat quand on a ces têtes, ces visages dans la vie comme je les ai aujourd'hui. Néanmoins, je tiens à saluer votre initiative de la Commission, parce que remettre la qualité de l'emploi au cœur de l'agenda européen, c'est un signal fort. Je trouve que votre feuille de route, elle n'aura de sens que si elle débouche sur des choses concrètes qui changent la vie des entreprises et changent la vie des travailleurs, de chacun et de chacune. On espère qu'elle sera bien articulée avec le socle européen des droits sociaux, le dialogue social européen, et lorsque ça sera nécessaire, qu'elle puisse aussi permettre des propositions législatives capables de répondre aux nouveaux défis du travail. Je ne chercherai pas ici à résumer l'avis que vous avez dans vos mains. Il promeut une approche européenne commune de la qualité de l'emploi fondée sur des critères partagés. Il invite Notamment, la Commission a vérifié si le cadre européen actuel répond pleinement aux transformations du monde du travail et, si nécessaire, d'envisager les instruments qui pourront le compléter. Mais au-delà du contenu même de l'envie, qui j'espère va pouvoir nourrir les travaux de la Commission, cette feuille de route n'est pas un aboutissement. Elle est un point de départ d'un processus qui va effectivement se poursuivre. Et dans mon travail de rapporteur, tout au long de ce travail, j'ai essayé de permettre la construction de compromis les plus ambitieux possibles, en tenant compte des lignes rouges des uns et des autres. Ce sont des réalités. Et je dois souligner que les discussions que nous avons eues se sont faites dans un climat de respect, d'écoute et de dialogue que je tiens à saluer. C'est pour cette raison, d'ailleurs, que je dois vous avouer, je suis un peu déçu. Un peu déçu parce que j'espérais qu'on arriverait à un consensus encore plus grand. Mais ceci dit, je n'oublie pas d'où nous sommes partis, les divergences existantes, le chemin qui a été parcouru, et je fais le pari que ce chemin qui est parcouru, il est utile pour demain et il portera ses fruits. Une économie innovante, elle a besoin de travailleurs qualifiés, en bonne santé, capables de développer leurs compétences tout au long de leur vie, associés aux transformations de leur entreprise, reconnus dans leur travail. Les entreprises les plus performantes sont celles qui investissent justement dans les compétences, dans l'organisation du travail, dans la confiance et dans le dialogue social. Qualité de l'emploi, et vous l'avez dit, et compétitivité ne se posent pas. Ça se renforce mutuellement. Et je voudrais rajouter un dernier élément. Un peu partout en Europe, on voit aujourd'hui les populismes, les idées populistes se développer, des idées même anti-européennes. Alors ça peut être des raisons économiques, mais ce sont aussi, je pense, des raisons qui naissent sur un sentiment de plus en plus partagé de ne plus être reconnu, de perdre la maîtrise de son travail, de ne plus voir les efforts justement récompensés. Et je pense que face au repli, aux divisions, au discours de haine aussi que l'on entend aujourd'hui, eh bien, l'Union européenne doit proposer une autre perspective, celle d'une prospérité partagée. Et je pense que ça peut permettre de réconcilier le citoyen européen avec le projet européen. Je pense que nous devons faire en sorte que cette feuille de route, elle constitue une première étape décisive vers cette ambition commune. Et au cœur, le moteur, c'est le dialogue social et le dialogue sociétal. Merci.
Merci, Claude. Thank you very much for that presentation. I now go to David Hafner, who will present for 4 minutes your opinion.
Yeah. Thank you, President, dear colleagues, and dear Madam Executive Vice President. And first of all, thank you for joining us and for your very thoughtful speech. The primary objective of this own initiative opinion is to draw attention and to acknowledge a growing problem. Posting of workers no longer just involves member states, but increasingly third country nationals are also posted to work in sectors such as construction, a sector that has been mentioned today, agriculture and transport. And this raises specific questions because these workers can be particularly vulnerable. At the same time, the line between genuine posting, I think this was also mentioned already, and abusive cross-border labour supply is not always clear. And I want to make sure that this opinion does not question genuine posting. It asks how abuses can be addressed in a targeted way while providing greater legal clarity for workers, businesses and authorities alike. This opinion was based on broad institutional and expert input. I'd like to acknowledge this. In preparing for the opinion, we exchanged with DG Employment, DG Home, the European Labour Authority, also your cabinet, and the Dutch Permanent Representation presented their council initiative of the same subject in our study group. As well, we had Frederik de Wispelare, a very key researcher on this field from the KU Leuven. The study group itself brought strong expertise from all groups, and I'd like to thank all the experienced members for the valuable input and for bearing with my novice rapporteurship. And I would also like to thank Jukka, who was appointed as advisor for Group 1. It was a pleasure working with him. And then especially my thanks go to Bartek from the SOC Secretariat. Thank you for your great support and guidance. And then it was especially a great honor to work with Professor Herwig Veskuren, maybe the leading scholar in this field. The negotiations, I have to sum up and really say they were very fair, constructive, and focused on finding a balanced text. I'm very glad that this allowed us to reach a broad and good compromise. So what does the opinion exactly call for? The central call is for a clearer European framework and greater legal clarity on the conditions under which third country nationals may be posted from one member state to another. This is necessary to distinguish genuine posting from abusive cross-border labour supply. The opinion also discusses practical tools to support this objective. For once, strengthening the role of the European Labour Authority, improving cooperation, mediation and information exchange between member states, stronger involvement of social partners, and better protection against abusive practices in subcontracting change, temporary work agencies, and labour intermediation. The opinion did not happen in a vacuum. It sees the upcoming fair labour mobility package as an important opportunity to address these gaps and strengthen fair labour mobility. And dear Madam Executive Vice President, I hope this opinion offers a careful, balanced basis for European action. And I hope the European Commission will make good use of this opportunity and provide a clearer legal framework that is missing to this day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So I'm now going to the speakers on the floor and opening the debate. So we will start at 319. Lucy Studnice, President of the Workers' Group. The floor is yours, Lucy.
Thank you very much, President. I'm here. Dear Executive Vice President, dear Roxana, I'm so happy to see you again, and thank you for joining us for this critical debate. 10 years after the proclamation of the European Pillar of Social Rights, Europe stands at a crossroads, and the challenges are many, and they are well known. Most critically, perhaps, democracy, as we understand it, is under serious, sustained, and coordinated attack. We must fight back and give hope to the next generation. The Quality Jobs Roadmap is a welcome step, but it must translate into tangible improvements. Its value will be judged not by its good intentions, but by the concrete measures the Commission puts forward in the Quality Jobs Act. Any measures, legislative and otherwise, must be backed by strong monitoring, enforcement, and appropriate sanctions, because rights on paper mean little without accountability. Quality jobs are not just about fair wages. They require dignity, purpose, safety, and predictability. Yet too many workers still face precarity, algorithmic surveillance, unchecked psychosocial and other emerging risks. And we also need concrete measures to guarantee a just digital and green transition, ensuring no one is left behind. Jobs quality can be objectively measured. As far back as 2008, the European Trade Union Institute produced its first job quality index with indicators allowing a comparison on how member states compare with each other regarding job quality. And also gender equality cannot be overlooked or afterthought. The posted third country nationals, same story. So please, let's go into it in a serious manner and let's get tangible outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Zornista. Well done. The next speaker is Zornista Rusinova, sitting at 286. The floor is yours for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, dear President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for this debate. The Quality Jobs Roadmap is an important step towards strengthening Europe's social model, competitiveness and resilience. In a time of green, digital, demographic and geopolitical transitions, quality jobs are not only a social objective but also an economic necessity. Like many member states, Bulgaria faces demographic decline, labor shortages, and need to improve skills and productivity. So it's crucial to coordinate better, but with less administrative burden and funding. That's why it's very important in the EU budget debate, on the debate of MFF, to insist on better connectivity, to keep the place-based and people-based approach on the funding and on the cohesion policy, and to keep the European Social Fund funding and the role of European Social Fund as the major instrument for skills, for qualifications, but also for social inclusion and education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I now go to former President Krista Schwang, sitting at 301. The floor is yours, Krista.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank both rapporteurs for the work and for the efforts made to accommodate a broad range of views. I will focus mainly on the Quality Jobs Roadmap. The text includes several balanced points, but some business concerns remain. The opinion rightly recognises that competitiveness, productivity and job quality are interconnected. It also underlines the need for investment, innovation, skills and a business-friendly environment. And these are very important messages. However, I believe the opinion could have gone further in recognising that Europe already has an extensive labour and social acquis. We should focus first on applying and enforcing existing rules well, with more legal clarity and simplification before considering new regulation. I also regret that the final text does not place greater emphasis on preserving quality jobs that already exist. Maintaining employment and supporting companies through the green, digital and demographic transitions is just as important as creating new jobs. Competitive enterprises remain the foundation of sustainable employment and social progress. Furthermore, labour and skills shortages remain a major challenge. Lifelong learning is essential, but it must be accompanied by practical measures, including stronger support for company-based training, better recognition of qualifications, and, when necessary, facilitating the recruitment of skilled workers from third countries. The opinion acknowledges that subcontracting can be a legitimate method of organising economic activities. However, I would have welcomed clearer recognition of its role in flexibility, resilience and SME participation in value chains. Abuses must be tackled, but legitimate business models should not be weakened. And for these reasons, I recognise the value of parts of this opinion, but I remain cautious about some conclusions. Future initiatives should better balance social objectives with competitiveness and companies' ability to create and keep quality jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. I now go to Cynthia Del Rio. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice President. Thanks for coming here. I will speak in Italian. Come avrà ascoltato da questi primi scambi, quando parliamo di qualità del lavoro, questo è un tema molto sensibile e abbiamo anche posizioni non sempre allineate. Però quando parliamo di qualità del lavoro e di indicatori, perlomeno per noi lavoratori, dobbiamo mettere al primo posto il contratto di lavoro negoziato tra le parti, contratto di lavoro e contrattazione collettiva che riguarda anche le piccole e medie imprese. Solo il contratto garantisce tutele, contributi sociali, salario adeguato, buone condizioni di lavoro, un orario che consente la conciliazione tra vita e lavoro, formazione e prospettive di crescita professionale. Il salario adeguato, definito da un contratto, non è una forma qualsiasi di retribuzione del lavoro svolto. Rappresenta uno strumento di democrazia economica, è il riconoscimento della dignità della persona, lo strumento che tutela chi lavora, lo strumento che contrasta la povertà lavorativa, perché è frutto di un contratto, quindi legato ai diritti di cui deve godere un lavoratore, legato alla contribuzione sociale, alla tassazione progressiva, progressiva alle tutele previste dalla normativa europea e nazionale. Non si può mettere sullo stesso piano, persino in alternativa, il salario così definito che riconosce dignità al lavoratore e valore al lavoro rispetto a forme di retribuzione anomale, occasionali, precarie, sganciate da una regolamentazione chiara e trasparente dei diritti previsti da un contratto. Il lavoro deve essere stabile per garantire certezza e programmazione della propria vita, con una flessibilità contrattata, deve prevedere condizioni di lavoro eque e deve essere sicuro, in base alla normativa su salute e sicurezza. Noi speriamo e le chiediamo alla Commissione un'indicazione chiara in questo senso nella valorizzazione della contrattazione e del contratto. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia, President of SOC. And also, I'm now going to number 20, Laura Abu. Abu, you have the microphone.
I speak in Romanian. Doamnă vicepreședinte, dragă Roxana, mă bucur să vă avem astăzi alături de noi. Din perspectiva organizațiilor de femei, integrarea dimensiunii de gen este crucială. Prin SOC 861 cerem o protecție reală împotriva exploatării pentru lucrătoarele din țări terțe din sectorul de îngrijire și agricultură, a căror contribuție este uriașă în comunitățile noastre în toată Uniunea Europeană. În paralel, prin SOC 856, agenda locurilor de muncă de calitate trebuie să devină un instrument de activare regională pentru propriile noastre femei din mediul rural, oferindu-le calificări chiar în comunitățile lor. Sugestia ar fi măsuri concrete și clare ce asigură demnitatea ambelor categorii.
Sorry, Laura, I think the translation doesn't seem to be working.
I can switch in English.
You can. I'll allow you the full time to speak in English.
Okay.
Sorry about that, but I'm sure the technicians will get it done as soon as possible.
Written with Paris, Romanian. It was for
You're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
Yeah. So I switch to English?
You may switch to
Okay.
English. We'll start again.
So I'm sorry. Roxana again. From perspective of women NGO, gender dimension is crucial. Through SOC 8061, we demand the real protection against exploitation for women workers from third countries, from care sector and agriculture, which have a huge contribution in our communities throughout European Union. In parallel, through SOC 856, the agenda of workplaces of quality jobs need to become an instrument to regional activation for our own women in rural area, offering a qualification in their communities. Our suggestion would be concrete and very clear measures to ensure dignity to both categories, real correct protection for migrant women and real opportunities for women in the villages. And the question is, how do you see the development of the partnership with civil society and women organizations which support migrant women in EU and vulnerable women in rural communities to effectively exercit their rights? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura, and apologies for the translation, and well done for being able to switch so easily. Congratulations to you. I now go to Maria Mencheva, sitting there at 209. The floor is yours, Maria.
Thank you very much, dear Executive Vice President Minzato. Ask 10 people which aspect of job quality matters most, and you would hear probably 10 different priorities. For someone starting a career, it may be the opportunity to learn and to progress. For a parent, a predictable working time will be essential. At another stage of working life, health, security and autonomy may come first in the list. This is because job quality has so many dimensions, and for this reason there is no universally accepted definition. And that is why we should also be careful not to create an exhaustive European definition that tries to cover every possible expectation, because it could easily become so broad that it loses its practical meaning. But fortunately, we do not start from scratch. We have few already well-established indicators by the OECD, by the Eurofound, the ILO, that cover certain areas like earnings, health and safety training, working time, autonomy, social dialogue, workers' representation. So these indicators can help us to see where we are and how we how we progress, but at the same time, they should not become a label for every individual job or a certification scheme for companies or another reporting exercise. This is very important, especially for SMEs. So we don't need a new box to tick to say, okay, we have this quality job. What we need is a clearer picture, and context matters. A quality job in a factory will not look exactly the same as in a hospital or in digital services. Common indicators can guide us, but national and sectoral realities must remain part of the picture. We need to use the tools that we already have, use the data that already exists, and focus on real improvement, not to create new complexity. And just final word on collective bargaining, it should remain voluntary option, not a mandatory compliance check again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. I now go to Sophia Redkasser. Sorry, Sophia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Maybe quickly reacting to the demand provoked from a previous speaker. Collective bargaining is also covered by the Minimum Wage Directive, so I think if you want to enforce existing legislation, it might make sense to look back at what we have already. I'm around here. Madam Executive Vice President, Europe is a desirable place to live, and let's be honest, also to build a business, because we have a rights-based approach. And therefore, I would like to take the limited time I have here to ask you to really go forward with concrete measures and with legislative proposals. Let me take the example of the human in command principle. Of course, we can add it as a principle in the pillar of social rights, but we also need to answer questions, and we need to put this into legislation. So what does it actually mean for a worker when a worker has the responsibility to take the decision, a decision that has been prepared by an artificial intelligence, where maybe it's not transparent how the decision was made, where maybe they lack the time to actually come to the decision. So I think here we really need a comprehensive Quality Jobs Act with binding regulation and a fair mobility package with concrete measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophia. I now go to Justina Akadan, sitting in 228. The floor is yours, Justina.
Dziękuję, panie prezydencie, pani komisarz, szanowni państwo, koleżanki i koledzy. Miejsca pracy wysokiej jakości są subiektywne dla każdego z nas. Dla jednych mogą oznaczać owocowe czwartki, dla innych elastyczne godziny pracy są ważne, a jeszcze dla innych, by w ogóle móc pracować, istotne jest to, by w miejscu pracy również było finansowanie opieki nad dziećmi czy nad chorującymi rodzicami. Ale miejsca pracy wysokiej jakości to nie przywilej, to prawo. Prawo do uczciwej płacy za wykonywaną pracę, prawo do szacunku w pracy, prawo dostępu do danych gromadzonych przez systemy AI, które wykorzystywane są przez Twojego pracodawcę. W końcu jest to prawo do negocjacji warunków pracy i stawek, za które tą pracę wykonujemy. Dla nas, jako organizacji pozarządowych, podmiotów ekonomii społecznej, przedsiębiorstw społecznych, miejsca pracy wysokiej jakości to te, które w ogóle są płatne, bo wiele środowisk uważa, że nasza praca to tylko wolontariat lub oczekuje się, że będziemy pracować za zaniżone stawki, dlatego że pracujemy dla misji. Dostrzeżenie w nas pracodawców i pracowników i danie nam praw do udziału w dialogu społecznym byłoby prawdziwym przełomem w tworzeniu miejsc pracy wysokiej jakości dla setek tysięcy osób pracujących w usługach społecznych, edukacji, zdrowiu, budowaniu odporności wszystkich naszych europejskich społeczeństw. Dziękuję.
Thank you very much, Justina. I now go to Jean-Michel Potier, sitting at 252. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En votre présence, Madame la Vice-présidente, je voudrais éclairer le comité sur la réalité de l'emploi dans les PME. Pendant 40 ans, j'ai dirigé une entreprise moyenne, une entreprise que j'ai créée. Une fois pour toutes, je le dis une fois pour toutes, un chef d'entreprise de petites et moyennes entreprises travaille au quotidien au milieu de ses salariés. Ces conditions de travail sont les conditions de travail de ses salariés. La question de la qualité des emplois est donc une réalité que connaissent bien toutes les PME. Le premier enjeu est de construire une entreprise compétitive, capable d'attirer des clients et de remplir le carnet de commandes. Le deuxième enjeu est de conserver les compétences des salariés et de les développer. Pour ma part, le dialogue social avec les représentants du personnel de mon entreprise a toujours été consacré aux conditions de travail, aux projets d'investissement, aux modalités d'organisation, aux avantages sociaux, etc. Dans la vraie vie, la majeure partie des PME partagent l'objectif de pérennité et de prospérité avec une approche positive des emplois de qualité sans attendre des réglementations européennes qui viendront augmenter le fardeau administratif. Merci.
Thank you very much, Jean-Michel. Andrzej Zorko, sitting at 355, the floor is yours. I see your hand up. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. I will switch to Slovenia. Za kakovostna delovna mesta se v Evropi ne zavzemamo samo zato, ker je to del neke socialne politike, ampak se zavzemamo tudi iz razloga, ker je to dobra in tudi edino pravilna gospodarska politika, ki je tudi skladna z načeli Evropske unije. Pogosto poslušamo, da Evropa potrebuje večjo konkurenčnost, da je to nujno za razvoj Evrope. S tem se lahko strinjam, vendar pa je potrebno povedati, da večja konkurenčnost sama po sebi ne prinaša kvalitetnejšega načina življenja, ne pripomore k kvalitetnim delovnim mestom in pa k dostojnim pogojem za delo. Dostojno plačilo, varni in zdravi delovni pogoji, socialni dialog, kolektivne pogajanja so neločljivo povezani z uspešnim evropskim gospodarstvom. In enako pomembno je tudi, da umetna inteligenca in nove tehnologije služijo ljudem ter prispevajo k boljšim delovnim pogojem, ne pa k zmanjševanju pravic delavcev in njihovega dostojanstva. Pravice delavcev ne smejo ostati le na papirju, zato brez učinkovitega izvrševanja delovne zakonodaje ter močnih in dobro usposobljenih inšpektoratov za delo, kakovostnih delovnih mest tudi preprosto ne bo. Hvala.
Thank you very much, Andre. And I now go to Sif Holst. I see your hand up there. Sif, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. If Europe wants quality jobs and a competitive economy, we must ensure a labour market that's for everyone. Being new to the labour market, having a disability, becoming a parent, growing older, having care responsibilities should never be seen as barriers. They are opportunities to rethink how we organise our work. Inclusive workplaces are not about lowering expectations. They are about unlocking talent, innovation and resilience. Quality jobs are not about better jobs. They are about ensuring that everyone has genuine opportunity to contribute and benefit from the European labour market. And that will benefit us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sif. I now go to Yolanda Sanz Martin, sitting at 296. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will speak Spanish. Señor presidente, señora vicepresidenta ejecutiva, estimados colegas, el modelo social europeo solo es sostenible si se apoya en una economía fuerte y competitiva. Para garantizar empleos de calidad debemos actuar en varios frentes, pero me gustaría destacar tres. Productividad. Productividad es la condición previa e indispensable para el progreso social y la mejora de las condiciones de trabajo. Europa debe ser un lugar atractivo a la inversión, con energía asequible y acceso a recursos críticos. En segundo lugar, talento. Debemos invertir en aprendizaje permanente, en atraer y retener talento. Y, en tercer lugar, la regulación. No necesitamos más leyes, sino garantizar implementación efectiva y simplificar las leyes. En definitiva, debemos fortalecer nuestra base industrial y reducir la burocracia como un único camino para asegurar un futuro resiliente y socialmente justo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, very efficient. And I now go to Dorothy Anderson. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Adgangen til kvalitetsjobs og fair mobilitet burde være en selvfølge på det europæiske arbejdsmarked, men det er det ikke. Vi ser desværre stadig et stort misbrug i forbindelse med udstationeringer af tredjelandsborgere i Europa, som også den ledende formand, eller næstformand lige netop har nævnt. Derfor er jeg også glad for at høre, at kommissionen vil sikre større klarhed omkring gennemførelsen af EU's udstationeringsregler, samt en mere konsekvent anvendelse af de gældende regler i EU. Det drejer sig om at sikre fair mobilitet, lige vilkår og en effektiv beskyttelse af tredjelandsborgere, der udstationeres i EU, men også at styrke retssikkerhed for både arbejdstagere og virksomheder i det indre marked. Til sidst vil jeg bare lige gerne sige en stor tak til de to ordfører for to gode og vigtige udtalelser. Tak.
Thank you very much, Dorothea. And now I go to Pietro Barberi, sitting at 374. The floor is yours, Pietro.
Hello, this is me over here, up here. Ok, buongiorno a tutti, parlerò in italiano, grazie Presidente. Cara Commissaria, anzitutto grazie per il suo impegno per rafforzare il modello europeo fondato sui diritti. Infatti l'Unione Europea si distingue per i diritti fondamentali e sociali nel panorama internazionale. I diritti legati al lavoro sono al centro delle dinamiche della competitività e il diritto a spostarsi liberamente nei paesi dell'Unione Europea. Lei ci propone un'agenda fitta e ambiziosa. È un dovere adottarla, poiché riguarda la tenuta delle nostre democrazie. Occorre infatti contrastare il pericolo montante del populismo che in assenza di misure di salvaguardia del nostro modello sociale rischia di mettere tutto in discussione, ivi il sogno, incluso il sogno dei padri fondatori e delle madri fondatrici di un'Europa unita e di pace. È una sfida che è un obbligo accettare per la società civile organizzata. Ripartire dai quality jobs e dalla mobilità è una cifra importante ed al contempo un approdo sicuro per ridurre la distanza tra l'enunciato e il realizzato e tra le istituzioni europee e i cittadini. La componente salariale è la base su cui costruire il progetto di vita di ogni cittadino e di ogni famiglia. Si tratta di una questione di principio. Il ruolo centrale del salario che riconosce tutele sociali con la contribuzione e altri diritti e il ruolo della contrattazione se si parla di condizioni di lavoro. La determinazione del salario con tutta la contribuzione sociale implica l'accesso al welfare e all'assistenza. Forme di pagamento anomale, occasionali, discontinue creano condizioni di precarietà e povertà. Ai colleghi un caldo invito a sostenere il parere SOC 856 e l'emendamento 1.3. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Pietro. And finally, to Per Haidstein, you are sitting at 150. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear President and colleagues, I will keep to 856 about quality jobs. The text includes several important messages, but several issues remain. Firstly, I support the contributions already made by the members of Group 1. Secondly, I would also like to raise following. Europe needs more innovation, cheaper energy, simple and better regulations, better skilled supply and stronger internal market to regain competitiveness. The opinion does not contain any arguments that clearly advocate and prioritize competitiveness through, for instance, deregulation or cost efficiency measures. This should have been a clear message that must not be undermined. A well-functioning wage formation could also be a precondition to combine increased competitiveness with good terms and conditions for employees. However, the exposure of companies to global competition means that the development of labour costs must be in line with international developments in the long-term run, so as not to undermine growth and employment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, before we go to our Executive Vice Presidents, I want to give the floor to our rapporteurs for 1 minute each. So perhaps, David, you can start this time.
So, thank you, and thank you, colleagues, for the contributions. And again, I hope you can all find yourselves in the compromise and vote in favour of the opinion. And also to you, Madam Vice President, again, if I may address you. I know all you heard is a very tall order, so there are lots of expectations, but I think it also shows that we all trust you to solve these issues. And with the compromise on the Regulation 883, you have shown to be a miracle worker, so now the bar is even higher. And so I'm looking very much forward to what will be presented in September for the Fair Mobility Package. But for today, I'm mostly anxious to see the results of the vote. Yeah, thank you.
And 1 minute to you, Claude, as well, and then we will go to our Executive Vice President. Thank you.
Merci. Mais de ce que j'entends ici, je pense qu'ensemble, nous partageons le même objectif. On veut concilier la qualité de l'emploi et la performance économique de nos entreprises. Par contre, il y a un débat qui n'est pas nécessaire et qui n'est pas utile. C'est celui de l'œuf et la poule. Qu'est-ce qui va devant? Sorry, je m'en fous. Ce qui est important, c'est que nous y arrivons ensemble. Et ça passe par le dialogue social, avec le respect plein et entier des différentes parties. Ça passe par le dialogue sociétal. C'est ça qui me paraît important. Et si l'Union européenne est ce qu'elle est aujourd'hui, si nous avons ensemble bâti, et quand je dis ensemble, les générations précédentes, bâti ce truc magnifique qui est différent par rapport au monde entier, mais ça repose sur cette capacité que nous avons eue de concilier ces différents objectifs, c'est-à-dire la performance économique et la performance humaine et sociale. Et ça me paraît essentiel. Et donc, dernière chose, je fais vraiment le vœu, avec vous, Madame la Vice-présidente, que nous continuions dans cette perspective. La démocratie européenne en a besoin.
Thank you very much, Claude, and thank you to both the interpreters, the rapporteurs. So, Executive Vice President, you've only 3 minutes, so that's a miracle in itself. So I hand the floor to you.
Yes, many thanks and appreciations on my side for your contributions. No pressure on me to deliver on the many expectations, but in fact, no. Allow me for a second to zoom out. When we speak about jobs in Europe, it is, of course, about the quality of jobs, about the protections for the workers, about productivity. It can be about simpler rules, about less bureaucracy, not about deregulation. I will not agree with that personally and also upholding my portfolio. But we need to understand that, the zoom-out picture is also about a stronger capital market. Our work on the Saving and Investment Union is so important for the strength of our startups, of our innovative companies, of our industries. It is about our single market, about diminishing the barriers, eliminating the barriers that are still there and enforcing the rules on our single market. It is about our strategic autonomy, and it is about our commercial agreements and how we are able to support our industries, strategic industries with on a homegrown industrial base, but also with fair commercial partnerships. So just to tell you that our work in the college about quality employment is not just about protections, about rights, or about, skills and about talent. In every single, and it's about our Europe, in every single policy that we push forward, whether it's our commercial, whether it's our single market, whether it's our industrial, our state aid, my work in the college, and I think our work together as we fight for social Europe, is that we make sure that it generates quality employment. And then, of course, we go to zoom in into specific dimensions that we have reflected upon today, and you will vote on these two opinions. I am quite aware of the balance that needs to be kept between making sure that our companies have an environment that offers them agility in the competition, but at the same time that we must understand that we reach, the competitiveness goal, we must reach all that competitiveness goal, bringing with us the entire workforce. bringing with us the women and the men in the labor market, the young and the not so young, the skilled and the white collars and the blue collars, especially with the AI transformation, let us call it even disruption, that we are looking at. So this is a balance that is indeed a bit the type of miracle that was maybe found also in the 883 debate. I hope it doesn't take so many years, that we understand that our recipe for competitiveness is including a strong social fiber, strong social dialogue, the ability to create trust for small companies, for micro-enterprises to use AI, the ability to look at sectors that legitimately use, of course, subcontracting or other business models, but that we make sure that mobility is that face of the single market that inspires Europeans for the better and doesn't create, the impression that Europe is in the end not only the promise of prosperity, but many times an avenue to social dumping. So there's a lot of work that we need to do in a balanced manner, and I really thank you for the partnership that you're offering us, the Commission, in that approach. Many thanks, President. I'm sticking to my 3 minutes because otherwise I would want to maybe respond with more precise initiatives that will be on our way. But I will be back. I will be back in the autumn and next year for the care sector with a number of work that is ahead of us. Thank you.
Okay. And indeed, you will, it's great to hear you will indeed be back, and thank you for the rich debate, all of you, and of course Executive Vice President Menzato. I think the word is trust, trust that sustainable competitiveness, productivity and innovation can go hand in hand with social progress and quality jobs. Trust that transitions can bring opportunities for all, and that Europe's social promise remains at the heart of economic model. Fair labour mobility is also about trust. Trust that workers are protected, that businesses compete fairly, and that the same rules apply to everyone. We owe it to workers, especially third country nationals and employers who play by the rules. This is the Europe the EESC stands for. It is the Europe where mobility and competition are fair and no worker left behind. You can count on the EESC to further support the Commission for a Quality Jobs Act and for a fair labour mobility agenda that strengthen European competitiveness while upholding its social promise. And can I say, in my interactions with Executive Vice President Menzato, I've seldom come across a more committed person to this cause. So I appreciate that you're here, and I look forward to you being back. Thank you very much. Okay.
Many thanks for the lack of votes. Looking forward to be back.
Thank you, Commissioner Menzato. And as you leave, we will now start the process of bringing forward the various amendments, etc., and then the vote. So I think the amendments are rejected, so we will be voting on each amendment. So therefore, the Amendment 1, I am asking for this is presenting, I think Adelina Dabu will speak first on this. Okay.
So, on this amendment, we propose to bring the text in line with point 1.3 and the terminology used by 3 frameworks that we have been discussing and are reflected in the rest of the opinion, namely OECD, ILO, and Eurofound. And for the last part, since there was no agreement in the impact of individual perceptions or needs in relation to job quality, we propose to delete a sentence as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking against is Sophia Reziker. Sophia, please take the floor.
Thank you. Well, indeed, we have discussed the different indicators, but the indicators presented here are kind of a cherry picking as well, and I want to underline that with introducing could, this means a weakening of the approach as well, so making it more open what to consider for quality jobs, and we are deeply convinced that we can measure the quality of jobs objectively. Something that Group 1 underlined, that it might vary throughout the period of employment, is something we actually covered in the opinion, which is proposed to delete by Group 1. So it's quite an inconsistent approach that is presented here in the amendment. And the text already reflects quite a compromise wording. So I would really plead on keeping the text as it is and therefore reject the amendment.
Thank you. I now ask Claude to reply, please.
Oui, je trouve effectivement que ce texte a tenté en tous les cas d'être un bon compromis. Je pense que dans la proposition d'amendement qui est faite ici, on enlève des choses qui sont, me paraît-il, essentielles, qui font même partie des valeurs de base de l'Union européenne. Je prendrai simplement le terme de dignité. Je ne comprends pas que l'on puisse enlever dans un texte la référence à la dignité du travail. C'est une valeur essentielle qui fait même partie des textes fondateurs de l'Union européenne et de nos traités. Donc je vous propose de refuser cet amendement.
Thank you very much, Claude. Well, you've heard the arguments. We are now going to vote on the amendment. So I now declare the vote yes, agrees with the amendment, no, disagrees, obviously. Just to clarify. So we are now ready to go. The vote is open. And we're coming to a closure. Okay, we counted in. Okay. Right, I'm going to, if your machine doesn't work, we'll add it in. It's working. Okay. Okay, I now declare the vote closed. And the amendment, yes for the amendment is 94, no is 148, abstention 15. The amendment is rejected. Okay, thank you. I now go to the next one, 411, and I'm asking Krista Schweng to present her case. Krista, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, here we would first like to clarify that a quality job is a job that complies with the applicable EU and or national legislation or collective bargaining, collective agreements, and then say what is already written here, that workers which are being subject to unilateral flexibility, constant availability, or disproportionate surveillance are not in a quality job. So we are taking on the one hand the positive stance and on the second point the negative stance, but it must be clear that if you comply with legislation, then you provide for a quality job. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. And speaking opposite is Carlos Trindade. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear President and everyone. Please, I will speak in Portuguese. Esta proposta fica fácil de ser recusada porque nos recordamos certamente das intervenções da senhora Alta Comissária e Vice-Presidente da Comissão. O que diferencia o texto que foi aprovado na secção SOC do texto que os senhores proponentes, nossos colegas apresentaram e que a nossa colega Krista agora defendeu, não é o texto em si, mas sim uma pequena frase, que é a frase final do texto do ponto 1.4.11. Reparem que o que está escrito é a eliminação da fragmentação excessiva da responsabilidade do empregador, que foi eliminada da proposta da emenda. E se virmos que aquilo que a senhora Comissária referiu, a questão da subcontratação nem sempre são desejáveis as condições de trabalho. E é aquilo que está expresso e que se pretende eliminar. E o senhor relator até colocou a palavra excessiva, ou seja, aceita a subcontratação, não aceita este sucesso. Portanto, peço para recusarem a emenda. Obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, Carlos. Now therefore the case has been, we now go back to Claude to reply, please.
Quand je regarde cet amendement, c'est pour la raison pour laquelle je vous invite à le refuser, je me dis que si nous acceptons ça, nous manquons sérieusement d'ambition. Est-ce que l'ambition pour une qualité du travail, ça serait simplement dire il ne doit pas être illégal? Mais non, on a quand même des raisons d'en vouloir plus. Nous avons une ambition comme comité, c'est d'améliorer les choses. Et donc c'est pour ça que je vous propose de refuser cet amendement.
Thank you very much, Claude. And now the vote is declared open. Yes, you're rejecting the amendment. No, the opposite. Sorry.
Say that again.
I just, after getting myself mixed up, yes, you are accepting. Yes, you are accepting the amendment. Sorry, it's the heat. Yes, you are accepting the amendment. No, you're against it. Okay? Sorry about that. Okay, it looks like we are coming to a closure. The vote is closed. And yes is 96, no is 155, abstention 9. The amendment is rejected. We go to the 413, and we now ask Krista Schweng to present the amendment.
Thank you very much. Here we just simply ask to add in line with the applicable legislation. So then we make sure that the sentence refers to objective factors which are assessed in line with the applicable legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sophia Reisecker. Sophia, the floor is yours.
Indeed. Well, this amendment doesn't simply ask to add the applicable legislation, it also asks to remove dignified. And I do ask Group 1 if they are against Article 1 of the Human Rights, that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Does the human rights principle end at the doors of the workplace? Is it therefore dignified to remove a dignified workplace in the context of this amendment? No, it is not. And furthermore, with the second part of your amendment, here we say that work must be sustainable, and you add that this is only the case when it's in line with applicable legislation. Here I also ask you, you always want more innovation. You want to try new things. You want to increase productivity. Are we able to increase productivity when we're not innovative, when we do not try new things that might not be already covered with legislation, but that we really try to go beyond? I think we really limit the scope of quality jobs with this amendment, and I ask you to reject it.
Thank you, Sophia. Okay, this time we go back to the rapporteur, Claude, to reply.
Oui, donc sur la question de se limiter à des législations applicables, je m'en suis exprimé. Je peux comprendre certaines remarques du monde des employeurs, parce qu'il y a toujours une peur d'arriver dans des choses qui n'ont pas de définition claire. Mais quand on fait référence dans la vie aux critères qui sont évoqués par l'OCDE, par l'OIT, par Europhone, je pense que ça donne des garanties. Et clairement, je ne crois pas un instant que dans le monde patronal, il y a des employeurs qui refusent que le travail soit fait dans la dignité. Et donc c'est pour ça que je pense qu'il ne faut pas accepter cet amendement, parce que, sorry, mais je pense qu'il ne traduit même pas la volonté, en tous les cas, des employeurs avec lesquels j'ai souvent négocié.
Thank you very much, Claude. Okay, let me announce it properly this time. Those in favour of the amendment are voting yes. Those against voting no. The vote is open. Okay, we're going to declare the vote closed, and the result is yes, accepting it, 94, no, against 159, and abstention 7. Obviously, it's rejected. So we move on to 415, which is going to be presented by Jean-Michel. The floor is Jean-Miguel Poitier. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit, par cet amendement, de réaffirmer les potentialités de la transformation numérique. Et d'ailleurs, les salariés ne s'y trompent pas. Des études sérieuses dans mon pays prouvent que tant dans le privé que dans le secteur public, près de 40% d'entre eux font un usage de la shadow IA sans en informer leur employeur. Les nombreuses protections juridiques européennes sont parfaitement adaptées à cet enjeu. Il convient donc de les rappeler pour ne pas surcharger une fois de plus le fardeau administratif des entreprises et notamment des PME en faisant confiance au dialogue social dans la mise en œuvre des pratiques.
Thank you very much. And Sophia Reisiger, you will reply.
I do agree that we need social dialogue to tackle this, but this is not what the amendment is actually asking for. It is quite unbalanced, just underlining the opportunities that can be achieved via AI. Well, in your case it's not can, but that is already existing. Of course there are opportunities, but there are also risks, and I think this is the reason why it is not balanced. There is one important part missing to really weigh the different options and to see that legislative measures are not sufficient yet, and here we actually would be contradictory within the EESC. So if we vote in favour of this amendment, then we would be contradictory to existing EESC opinions that have a more balanced approach on the risks and opportunities of AI. So to be coherent, to speak in one voice, I would like to ask you to reject the amendment.
Thank you, Sophia. And now we go back to Claude.
Oui. Je pense tout d'abord que l'avis que nous rendons ici n'est pas un avis sur l'intelligence artificielle. Des avis sur l'intelligence artificielle, nous en avons déjà fait de nombreux et de qualité. Deuxième chose, je pense qu'il faut faire confiance au dialogue social, mais la réalité, la vitesse avec laquelle les évolutions en matière d'intelligence artificielle est en train de fonctionner aujourd'hui, nous impose de pouvoir adapter les cadres de régulation qui sont nécessaires pour faire ensemble que ça puisse se passer correctement dans les entreprises. Donc c'est pour ça que je vous invite à voter contre cet amendement.
Thank you very much. And now we've heard the arguments. We go to the vote. Obviously, those in favour of the amendment vote yes. Those against, no. And of course, you can abstain. The vote is open. Okay, we're coming to closing. So I now declare the vote closed. And the result in favour of the amendment, 94. Against, 154. Abstentions, 13. The amendment is rejected. We now go to 415, number 5. And we have a presentation from Maria Mincheva. Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This amendment is very much linked to the previous one because we wanted to insert the whole para explaining AI. So removing the introductory part is linked indeed with the previous amendment. What we want to delete here below, after putting a list of different EU regulations linked to AI, is where necessary that they need to be strengthened once again, because we have not seen how they act in practice. We believe they give the conditions that are necessary to safeguard rights and human oversight. So before we want to legislate again, we would like to see implementation first. So please support our amendment.
Thank you very much. And speaking against is, oh no, that's it. We go. Yeah, Sophia, your turn is next. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Well, this paragraph was actually a very balanced paragraph about AI at work, and at the beginning it's actually citing what Group 1 wanted to have even more prominent, that there are some opportunities that can improve productivity and so on. But of course it has another side of the coin, so to speak. This is also covered by the opinion I mentioned earlier. So we already have a lot of documents by the EESC on the topic of AI at work. We do not have to repeat everything. But I think the crucial point that is deleted here by Group 1 is the 3 words that legislation should, where necessary, be strengthened. It is a very weak wording. We're saying where necessary. So this already includes an evaluation, an assessment, and not a very principled, broad approach to have new legislation. So I think it's a very nuanced wording, and I would like to keep it here in the opinion and reject the amendment.
Thank you very much. And now we go to Claude.
Et donc effectivement, ce texte met en avant ce qui était demandé précédemment par rapport à la réalité de l'intelligence artificielle. Et deuxième chose, c'est vraiment un texte de compromis. Quand je dis c'est un texte de compromis, c'est quoi les positions de départ? Eh bien, c'est au niveau d'un des groupes où on dit il ne faut pas de législation. Et au niveau de mon groupe, qu'est-ce qu'on dit? Il faut une législation. Il faut des législations. Eh bien, le texte ici, qu'est-ce qu'il nous dit? Il est d'une prudence extrême et d'une volonté de cohésion très forte. Il dit « et lorsque cela s'avère nécessaire ». Enfin, on serait un peu sot, quelque part, de dire que quand quelque chose s'avère nécessaire, on n'en tient pas compte. Donc, je vous invite de voter contre.
Thank you very much, Claude. And again, the same, we are now declaring the vote open. Yes, you accept. No, you reject. And the abstentions. Vote is open. And we're coming to declaration. I now declare the vote closed. And the result is yes, 91, no, 155, abstentions, 18. The amendment is rejected. We now come to 1.3, number 9, and we believe this is accepted, but it will be presented by Sophia Reisiger. Sophia, the floor is yours. That's as I understand it. No? Oh, sorry. And it's written in my notes. Sorry. So it's accepted. So is there anybody in disagreement? If that's the case, it's accepted, and therefore it goes on. Okay? Thank you. I now go to 1.8, which is the next one, which is also apparently rejected. 1.8, this one? Yeah. So we start with Maria Mincheva. You are presenting.
Thank you. This is an old discussion that we have. Do we need a right to training, a right to lifelong learning, or do we already have it in the European Pillar of Social Rights in its Article 1? I say we already have it, and if we want to get something on the ground, we need to discuss how to exercise this right. So we keep on insisting to discuss implementation and how to deliver rather than inventing new rights that already exist. So this is the goal of this amendment, just to include one word. This is the exercise of the right to lifelong learning, so we are able to deliver it to people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. And Nicoletta Marlow, your
Sì, grazie Presidente. Allora, è vero che il pilastro europeo dei diritti sociali riconosce chiaramente il diritto all'apprendimento permanente, ma il pilastro europeo è il punto di partenza, non è il punto d'arrivo, e i principi che contiene devono essere tradotti in politiche concrete e in diritti realmente esigibili. Se oggi milioni di lavoratori ancora continuano a non avere un accesso effettivo alla formazione permanente, significa che quel percorso non è ancora compiuto, ed è proprio per questo che il nostro parere deve mantenere alta l'ambizione e non abbassarla, e ricordo che questo Comitato si è già espresso diverse volte sul fatto che ci sia il diritto alla formazione continua. Finché esisterà questa distanza tra i principi e la realtà, un parere sulla qualità del lavoro non può permettersi di abbassare il livello della propria ambizione. Quindi vi invito a votare contro questo emendamento.
Thank you. Now I go to Claude for the reply.
Les entreprises qui gagnent sont les entreprises qui accordent une place importante à la formation. Les travailleurs qui se sentent bien dans l'entreprise, c'est les travailleurs qui ont la possibilité d'exercer ce droit à la formation pour évoluer dans leur carrière et dans l'entreprise. Donc je pense que ce serait un message tout à fait négatif d'accepter cet amendement. C'est pour ça que je vous invite à le refuser.
Thank you. And as usual, now I will declare the vote open. Yes, you accept the amendment. No, against, and abstentions. Vote is open. Okay, we will now declare the vote is closed. And the result? Yes, 98, against 157, abstentions 8. The amendment is rejected. We now go to 1.10, and this is rejected, so we have a presentation by Adelina Dabu. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So the proposal is to nuance the text to reflect that it is not a given that transformations, namely the digital, green and demographic, will create challenges in relation to the quality of jobs, but it is of course a possibility that we acknowledge. Similarly, it could bring opportunities in relation, for instance, to productivity or flexibility. So yes, challenges might come as much as opportunities might come from the transitions we are mentioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Adelina. And Andre Zorko, your microphone is on, I hope.
Ja, najlepša hvala. Zdaj, treba vedeti, da ko govorimo o digitalnem, zelenem, demografskem prehodu, ne moremo govoriti o tem, da govorimo o izzivih, ki lahko pridejo. Dejstvo je, da ti izzivi so že danes prisotni. In prisotni so zlasti na delovnih mestih, od algoritmičnega upravljanja in psihosocialnih tveganj, pa tudi do pravice do odklopa in pa seveda novih vprašanj varnosti in zdravja pri delu. Zato ti izzivi so že danes prisotni. Zdaj, prvotno besedilo je dovolj previdno in je tudi zelo uravnoteženo, saj predvideva posvetovanje s socialnimi partnerji, ostalimi deležniki, predvideva tudi oceno obstoječega okvirja in pa ukrepanje tam, kjer je to primerno in pa potrebno. Zato po mojem trdnem prepričanju neko dodatno mehčanje ni potrebno, kajti zmanjšuje le ambicioznost samega mnenja. Iz tega razloga vas tudi zaprošam, pa pozivam, da zavrnete ta amandma.
Thank you. And now we go back to the rapporteur.
Je propose qu'on relise le texte. Nous observons que les transitions numériques, écologiques et démographiques engendrent de nouveaux défis pour la qualité de l'emploi. On ne dit pas des défis négatifs ni des défis positifs. On fait le constat que ça engendre de nouveaux défis. Il n'y a rien de plus factuel. Et donc je propose de rester à ce texte et donc de refuser l'amendement.
Thank you very much. Okay, again, the vote is open for yes, you know the drill. The vote is open. Okay, we're coming to closure, so any last votes, get them in. The vote is closed. And the result is yes 94, no 157, abstention 11. The amendment is rejected. We now go to 1.118, and it will be presented by Maria Mencheva. Maria.
Thank you very much. As this is the last time I will take the floor, and I could not praise the work of the rapporteur before now, I want to use it to do it now. I was really impressed by the way he was handling this very sensitive topic. So, real thank you to your work, Claude. On the amendment, we would like to introduce one word in the end of the sentence, which is linking public procurement and promoting quality jobs, and we want to refer to applicable social criteria that exist, and we know from the minimum wage directive that the problem is not that we don't have any safeguards. The problem is that member states do not implement it. So let's see what we have, let's see why it does not work, why they don't implement it, let's make it work rather than invent new social criteria that will not be again implemented. This is the idea behind this. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Maria. And Andre, you are arguing the other way. The floor is yours.
Najlepša hvala. Zdaj, dodatek besede applicable veljavna bi vsekako po nepotrebnem zožil uporabo socialnih meril pri javnem naročanju. S tem se bi seveda tudi povečalo lahko nelojalna konkurenca. Zdaj samo prvotno besedilo mnenja že določa, pa ima vse potrebne varovalke, kjer je tudi zelo jasno navedeno, da socialna merila morajo biti jasna, sorazmerna, preverljiva in tudi seveda pravno utemeljena. Zdaj, sama javna naročila ne smejo biti omejena zgolj na najnižjo ceno ali pa na minimalno izpolnjevanje obstoječih obveznosti. Biti morajo tudi strateško orodje za spodbujanje dostojnega dela, spoštovanje delovnih pravic in kakovostnih delovnih mest. Navsezadnje govorimo o javnih sredstvih. Govorimo torej o sredstvih, torej o davkoplačevalskem denarju, in prav je, da se ta denar spodbuja torej tudi za kreiranje kvalitetnih delovnih mest. Zato vas pozivam, torej, da ta amandma zavrnete, kajti neka dodatna omejitev ni potrebna in lahko tudi oslabi socialno razsežnost javnega naročanja.
Thank you, and Claude.
Oui, j'ajouterai simplement que l'ajout du terme applicable en termes de sécurité juridique, ça n'apporte rien. Permettez-moi néanmoins, comme c'est aussi la dernière intervention, réellement, je tiens à remercier les uns les autres, ma présidente, les différents groupes. Je trouve, alors qu'on partait de quelque chose où je l'ai dit en section, j'avais la conviction, quand j'ai regardé les positions de l'étude, que c'était impossible, que mettre ensemble ces choses-là, ça tenait sur un ticket de métro, pas plus. Eh bien, nous avons pu, je pense, faire un travail de qualité en s'écoutant, en se respectant, et je le dis simplement pour ceci, parce que, comme l'a dit la commissaire, ce n'est qu'une étape. On va continuer le travail avec des propositions concrètes qui nous viendront de la Commission, et c'est là que c'est vraiment important, et que nous devons être en capacité de montrer et de démontrer la plus-value que peut apporter le Comité économique et social européen. Merci.
Thank you very much, Claude, and thank you for all the contributions. So we now come to the opinion itself. It's SOC 856, Quality Jobs. Sorry, what have I forgot?
The amendment has to be voted.
Oh, sorry, the amendment. Apologies. I'm really not having a good day. Okay, let's vote on the amendment. Okay.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
The vote is open. I now declare the vote is closed. And the result of the amendment is yes, 102, no, 150, abstention is 8. The amendment is rejected. Okay, now we come to the opinion. You tread slowly. So we're now voting on the opinion SOC 85. The only amendments I have. So is there another amendment that I don't know about? That's it.
It was before. We had it. Group amendments was number 9. We already voted it.
Yeah. Okay, can somebody clarify? This is what I have in front of me.
It's correct. It's correct. It's okay. Yeah.
Everybody says it's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Group amendment.
The group amendment is accepted.
Was number 9. It was accepted, and nobody was against.
The group amendment was accepted. Clear, just to be clear. Honestly, this is what we have in front of us, so I am taking it that everybody's okay. Okay, I'm getting thumbs up. So we now can go to the opinion. Okay? The opinion is 856 SOC, Quality Jobs Roadmap. The rapporteur is Claude. And I now declare the vote open. Thank you. Okay, we're coming to the declaration, and I now declare the vote is closed. And in favour is 184, no 56, abstention 30. The opinion is approved. Congratulations, Claude. A lot of good work done, and also pleased by the very strong views. We still have to vote on the next opinion, which is SOC 861, and we have towards clear EU framework for posting of third country nationals, ensuring genuine posting, legal certainty and competition. The rapporteur is David Hafner. He's already presented. As far as I understand,
they should stay on.
Please stay on. We're not finished.
No. We just have to vote for the opinion.
Can we now continue? Shh. Okay. 861, I've just read it out. Rapporteur David Hafner already presented. So we go straight to the vote. The vote is open. Okay, we're now moving towards a declaration. Declaration, the vote is closed. And 96, no 6, abstention 13. Thank you very much, David. Now, we still have a bit of work to do, I'm sorry to say, so let's go straight into it. At INT 119, Industrial Accelerator Act, we need the rapporteurs. Diamantouros, yeah. Can you take, there you are, okay. When you're ready, you have 4 minutes to present. Just to say to you, because of time and we don't want to be here for the whole evening, we will be limiting the speakers to 5, so we will try and balance that as best we can. Okay. Now, are you ready?
Thank you very much, President. So I'll try to do this, quicker than 4 minutes. I mean, the Accelerator Act basically has 3 pillars, to it. I mean, the general objective is to support, to boost manufacturing as a percent of GDP, because this has been declining steadily in the last 20 years almost. And so the objective overall is to increase it to 20% by 2035, and this is something that the opinion endorses. And then when we go down to the 3 pillars, you essentially have a pillar on licensing and speeding up licensing, and this is something we have welcomed. So we think that you should be able to, as much as possible, speed up, the licensing procedures while at the same time respecting environmental standards and the quality of the assessments. We are proposing an amendment, to the opinion that when you are looking at defining acceleration zones in the Accelerator Act, you should take into account regional inequalities. So the designation of acceleration areas should not, heighten, regional inequalities. So this is something we are bringing in as an EESC amendment. And there's also another novelty we are introducing, which is on nitrogen limits. So we are saying that, when basically that you can be able to deviate to nitrogen limits on a short-term basis if the project you will actually implement will actually lead to a more sustainable reduction in the long term. So overall, we've taken a quite positive, let's say, approach on the licensing part. Now, if we go to the Made in Europe part, which is the most controversial part, here we actually do support the European preference. We say that, for the selected sectors, we do support, and these are 3-4 sectors, overall energy-intensive industries mainly. We do say that any extension, of, European preference to other sectors should be done, through a thorough impact assessments. So this is saying that, European preference is not a one-size-fits-all, and we should always look at the merits for every sector. When it comes to the geographical scope, which was kind of a difficult topic here, what we have said, we've agreed to keep the open nature of it. So that means EU27 plus, many countries which have trade agreements or have signed the WTO GPA. But at the same time, we insist that you need actually effective reciprocity. And this means also not only public procurement, but also carbon costs. It also looks at issues such as state aid in public procurement. An amendment compared to the Commission proposal is we want steel to be included in the Made in EU. This had been excluded, so we asked for it to be included there. And also something we do insist on is that in the public procurement schemes, social conditionality should apply, but those should be accepted by national social partners. Last pillar, which is the FDI screening mechanism, we support the FDI screening mechanism, which is for very specific sectors. It's 4 clean tech sectors altogether, for investments above 100 million from countries which control more than 40% of global production. So we say that, yes, we are supportive of this mechanism altogether, and we think it could actually enhance the resilience of the EU's economy. We just emphasize that we should not have duplication with the existing FDI screening mechanism, and we also ask for an alignment of the IAA with the forthcoming Quality Jobs Act. And I will leave it.
Thank you very much, Konstantinos. Very good presentation. I now go to the floor, starting with Luigi Uglati. You have the floor at 336 for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. I speak in Italian. Premetto che ho partecipato al gruppo di studio e sono quindi d'accordo con i contenuti del parere. Industrial Accelerator Act ha proprio l'obiettivo di accelerare ed innovare la capacità industriale europea, tenendo conto delle emissioni CO2. È chiaro che noi dobbiamo tener conto degli impatti ambientali, degli obiettivi che ci siamo dati al 2050, ma dobbiamo altresì tener conto dei costi di questo processo, di chi se ne fa carico, i riflessi sociali, la perdita di posti di lavoro. Solo pochi giorni fa Volkswagen ha annunciato 100.000 esuberi e non è l'unica grande compagnia europea. Quindi non possiamo neppure tollerare che il conto lo paghino le nostre imprese, i nostri lavoratori ed i consumatori finali, come sta avvenendo in questi ultimi tempi in Europa. Credo che Industrial Accelerator Act sia un'iniziativa normativa piena di buoni propositi. Dobbiamo solo sperare che tale norma, nella sua attuazione, sia un facilitatore. Grazie.
Thank you very much. I now go to Mr. Lobo-Xavier. The floor is yours for 1 minute.
Thank you. Let me thank the rapporteur Konstantinos for his work. I believe that the text is a balanced compromise. I particularly welcome the opinion's focus on faster permitting, digital procedures and greater administrative efficiency. I believe the opinion sends an important message. Competitiveness is not only about adopting new legislation, it is about creating the conditions for companies to invest, innovate and produce in Europe. At the same time, we should not avoid the difficult debate on Made in EU. I believe that Europe has the right and, in strategic sectors, sometimes the responsibility to use its economic weight to strengthen European industrial value chains. We should be open to the world, but openness cannot mean accepting unfair competition or unequal conditions for European companies. Europe's industrial acceleration will ultimately be measured not by the number of new rules we adopt to conclude, but by the investment, production and quality jobs we are able to create in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gonzalez. And now I go to Teppo Sakinen, sitting at 295. 1 minute.
Mr. President, I also wanted to take the floor to compliment the rapporteur Konstantinos for achieving a balanced outcome on a crucial piece of legislation. Strong European industrial base builds on global value chains. Our companies often have very specialised supply chains across the world to have manufacturing in Europe. And therefore, I support the rapporteur's approach on keeping an open view on the European preference. We need kind of a made with Europe thinking here, taking into account our trade partners as well, while I acknowledge the need for reciprocity as suggested by the opinion here. So overall, I think this is a balanced way of keeping a targeted, focused European preference while keeping our doors open to the world and for open trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Barajunas, sitting at 49, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just to voice my support, I was not part of the group, but also speaking on behalf of the small country of EU still producing and wanting to keep our industry. I think this is right, balanced strategy, which now deserves to be promoted and supported by us, but also to be as fast as possible implemented. And I acknowledge the rapporteur that one of the critical and still sensitive issues is the Made in Europe. But again, we should be very clear. This is not for all issues. It is only for selected European value chain. And of course, we should also send a strong signal that Europe will remain open market economy. And again, asking you to support this opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we now go to the rapporteur to reply for, I think it's 1 minute, is it? 1 minute, yes.
I'll be very brief, President. I mean, there were 4 interventions, all of them were positive, so thank you very much for your support. I mean, it's not been an easy opinion, and I know it's a delicate one, and, you know, the compromise will not leave everyone satisfied, but I think it's a good landing ground, you know, which we could actually rally around, and so thank you for your support. Yeah.
Thank you, Konstantinos. Very good work done. So apparently there were 2 amendments, and they're accepted, 1.10 and 3. So if that is the case, it's in your documentation. Anybody against? No? Okay, they're accepted. That means we will go, if I'm not mistaken, to the vote. So we now declare the vote is open. Okay, we're coming to a declaration. We are now about to declare the vote is closed. And the result is yes 177, no 5, abstention 5. Congratulations, Konstantinos. The opinion is agreed. Thank you very much indeed. Now I'm going to int 1123, and I'm asking the rapporteurs to come up as quickly as possible to the floor. So we will begin the presentation of opinion, and I'll call it out. It's a 1123 int, a single harmonised set of rules for innovative companies throughout the EU. And we have Maxi Catarina Lucers and Antonia Garcia del Rigo. So you have between you 4 minutes to present, so I will allow you to pick who wants to go first, 2 minutes each.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Mr. President, and thank you very much for giving me the chance to present this opinion. So the proposal of the European Commission touches upon various issues, making the proposal as such quite complex. And I also can say that the perspectives in the study group were also quite different and various on the different matters. And therefore, I would like, first of all, to underline the main narrative of the opinion and the central points of the recommendations. So first of all, I would like to start by saying that strengthening the internal market and reducing fragmentation within the internal market must always go hand in hand with safeguards for stakeholders, including workers, shareholders, and creditors. And beyond that, in times of global adversity, it should not necessarily be the goal to become more similar to Europe's global competitors, but rather to build a more innovative, competitive economy on the basis of European values for the benefit of all Europeans. In the context of the 28th regime proposal and the EU INCs, we discussed the relevance and importance of effective and sustainable corporate governance within the company, which is a key component of successful companies and should be a part of any legal structure. We also discussed that the EU Inc. framework needs to provide for effective safeguards against fraud, money laundering, abusive corporate arrangements, and the circumventions of workers' participation rights. Beyond that, the regulation must explicitly specify in a provision that it does not affect and it is not used to avoid or circumvent existing individual and collective EU and national workers' and labour's rights, including participation rights. Regarding the digital registration process, we in general welcome the EU's digital by design approach, but we also point out that the necessary safeguards, provided that the legal certainty, transparency and accountability, additional verifications and compliance checks as defined in Article 10 of the Directive EU 2025/25 are maintained. Beyond that, also alternative ownership structures should be taken into account, which are actually missing at the current proposal.
Okay.
So here I stop, and I'm also excited for the intervention by my co-rapporteur.
Gracias, presidente. Voy a hablar en castellano. Voy a complementar las palabras de la rapporteur, señalando que hemos tenido largos, intensos, pero constructivos debates para llegar a una opinión, a un dictamen común, porque creemos que un dictamen común de este comité tiene un valor añadido notable. Además, en un momento en el que va a llegar a tiempo para poder intervenir en los debates legislativos que tendrán lugar a partir de septiembre entre las diferentes instituciones europeas. El documento que tenéis para discutir y para aprobar hoy en este pleno recoge varios puntos que considero importante recalcar. En primer lugar, es un dictamen que apoya el instrumento, el EU Inc., como una herramienta válida no solamente para startups, sino para todo tipo de empresas y sociedades europeas. En segundo lugar, hemos reforzado la dimensión del mercado único, proponiendo que la Comisión avance en un marco contable armonizado para startups y scale-ups, con un conjunto único de normas contables europeas proporcionadas y adaptadas a la realidad. Si queremos que una empresa opere desde el primer día a escala europea, no tiene sentido que siga enfrentándose a requisitos contables diferentes en función del Estado miembro en el que opere. En tercer lugar, hemos defendido que el nuevo marco combine flexibilidad con seguridad jurídica. Queremos una regulación que facilite la actividad fronteriza, preserve la libertad de establecimiento y, al mismo tiempo, incorpore salvaguardas eficaces y proporcionadas para evitar abusos. Hemos insistido en que el éxito de esta iniciativa no se va a medir por el número de artículos del reglamento, sino por el número de empresas que decidan acogerse a él. El éxito de esta será en función del número de empresas que realmente aprovechen este marco que trata de favorecer la escala europea. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Antonio, and thank you for that presentation. Now we go to the floor and we start at 373 in the pink, is it, Elena? Elena Calestro, President of ECHO.
Thank you so much. But this time I was the president of the study group, so I had the great pleasure to follow the entire negotiation. And I must tell you that it wasn't an easy negotiation for the two rapporteurs, and I congratulate them for reaching this consensus. I think we always think about this House as being a very important addition, or coming with important additions to the debates. But this time it's indeed not only very timely, but it's a proposal that actually gives such a prominent role to both trade unions and businesses, and I think that the fact that they managed to get an agreement on how to move forward on this, it's very, very important. Secondly, I think it comes at the right time because I was just reading another report today. Only 15.7% of the Draghi recommendations have moved forward in these years. We need to move faster, we need to make more progress, and I think that the legitimate concerns that were put here forward will help improve this proposal, but get it moving. So I congratulate the two rapporteurs, and I urge you all to support this opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. I now go to Ms. Subakuts-Zematin. The floor is yours, sitting at 320.
I'm here. Thank you, Chair, for the floor. I'll speak in my native language. Visų pirma, labai norėčiau padėkoti pranešėjai, Maxi, Katerinai ir visai nuomonės rengimo grupiai už tikrai labai subalansuotą dokumentą. Taip pat džiaugiuosi, kad Lietuva yra viena iš sparčiausiai augančių inovacijų ekosistemų Europoje ir suprantu, kaip svarbu yra mažinti administracinę naštą ir sudaryti palankias sąlygas inovatyvioms įmonėms kurti ir augti. Tačiau svarbu suprasti, kad ilgalaikė inovacijų sėkmė priklauso ne tik nuo palankios reguliavimo aplinkos, bet ir nuo darbuotojų. Svarbu, kad konkurencingumas būtų kuriamas per investicijas į darbuotojus, jų kompetencijas, kvalifikacijos kėlimą, saugią darbo aplinką ir socialinį dialogą. Ir būtent tokios investicijos užtikrina ilgalaikį produktyvumo augimą ir tvarų Europos konkurencingumą. Labai svarbu, kad komiteto nuomonėje aiškiai pabrėžiama EU Inc. negali būti naudojama apeiti nacionalinių ir Europos darbuotojų teisių, įskaitant informavimo, konsultavimo ir darbuotojų dalyvavimo teisių. Labai svarbios nuostatos. Ačiū. Norėčiau tik pabrėžti, kad raginu visus balsuoti už nuomonę, nors ir nespėjau pasakyti iki galo. Dėkui.
Thank you very much. And we finally go to Giuseppe Guerini, sitting at 138. Giuseppe, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear President. Let me speak in Italian now. Voglio esprimere le mie congratulazioni e ringraziare la relatrice e il correlatore di questo parere. Il tema è un tema complicato, anche controverso. Sapete che nel Consiglio gli Stati membri faticano a trovare un accordo, quindi è un segno della funzione, del ruolo che ha il nostro Comitato nel avanzare nella direzione di costruire davvero questo mercato unico. Sappiamo che ci sono tante criticità nell'affrontare questa nuova proposta, ma dimostriamo coraggio e voglio da questo punto di vista di nuovo ringraziare il relatore e il correlatore anche per aver accolto le proposte che ho avanzato che riguardavano il fatto che EU Inc. deve poter funzionare per tutte le tipologie di impresa. Oggi si depositano gli emendamenti anche al Parlamento e credo che abbiamo un allineamento importante su queste tematiche con quanto sta uscendo dal Parlamento. Quindi grazie, complimenti e vi invito a votare a favore.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Thank you very much. And now we go to the rapporteurs. I think you have 1 minute each. Please, whoever wants to go first.
Thank you, President. Just to reflect, well, thank you very much for the support to the opinion and to the work done by the study group. Number two, reflecting on what Giuseppe Guerini has mentioned right now, I think that we have fought to find an equilibrium, to find even to feel pain points on our different initial positions, but those pain points are also reflected in other European institutions. We have been following what the discussions at the Council level, as well as in the Parliament, as well as in the Committee of the Regions, and if you could see there how difficult the balance has been to reach a common position. This, I think that our opinion could really contribute to foster and to enrich the debate that are going to come very, very soon, as soon as in September. So thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Maxi.
Yes, thank you very much for the comments and also for the broad support for the opinion. I agree with my co-rapporteur that I think many discussions also in the other institutions are also reflected within our opinion. On the one hand, strengthening the internal market, but on the other hand, looking for safeguards and the right balance. I think this is the key goal. And I'm also quite excited to now follow the legislative process and see how also the other institutions will deal with this matter. I would like to close by thanking, of course, the study group, also the study group president, the secretariat of the IND, but also the secretariat of the groups, and of course also my co-rapporteur, who worked very hard in this opinion. As I said, it was not easy, but I think it's really a success for this House that we reached a common position, and I think we can go forward now with that and also talk with the other institutions and support our opinion also afterwards. Thank you all.
Thank you, Maxi. Thank you very much. Now we come to the, just before we go into a vote, there was 5 amendments, one of which was withdrawn. So 1.5 was accepted. Any disagreement? 1.12 was accepted. Any disagreement? 2.10 was accepted. Anybody disagree? 2.11 was accepted. Anybody disagree? 2.13 was withdrawn, so that's just for information. So assuming all of those are accepted and nobody disagrees, which I am taking from the floor of the House, I will now refer this opinion to the vote. The vote is open. Okay, the vote is coming up to closure. I will now declare the vote closed. And for 197, abstention is 7, none against. Congratulations to both of you. And congratulations to your study groups and your sections and everybody who was involved. We are now going to the next opinion, which is 10.872, EU Strategy for Housing Construction. Rapporteur Thomas Katnick. I hope Thomas is on his way. He is indeed. And just again, it is, as I said, EU Strategy for Housing Construction. And again, you have 4 minutes, Thomas, when you're ready.
Thank you so much, Séamus. I will switch into German. Ja, liebe Kolleginnen, liebe Kollegen, für uns im Ausschuss ist ja Wohnen kein Luxus, sondern eine Grundvoraussetzung für ein menschenwürdiges Leben. Aber wir merken in den letzten Jahren, dass diese Grundvoraussetzung für viele Menschen nicht mehr leistbar, nicht mehr erschwinglich ist. Und demzufolge ist es hoch an der Zeit, hier auch die entsprechenden Maßnahmen zu setzen. Mit dem Affordable Housing Plan hat die Kommission ja hier einen wichtigen Schritt gesetzt und jetzt geht es um die Folgeinitiativen. Wir stellen fest, dass in den letzten Jahren jedes Jahr 650.000 Wohnungen fehlen, die am Ende des Tages natürlich den Markt verändern, gleichzeitig dazu führen, dass die Mietpreise um rund 30% angestiegen sind seit 2013, aber auch die Immobilienpreise seit 2010 um 60% gestiegen sind. Und das hat Auswirkungen und demzufolge ist diese anhaltende Wohnungskrise rasch und mit ambitionierten Maßnahmen anzugehen. Ziel muss es sein, dass die Bauwirtschaft hier als Motor wirkt, dass leistbarer, nachhaltiger und hochwertiger Wohnraum geschaffen wird. Es braucht daher mehr Investitionen, das haben wir schon des Öfteren festgestellt und das ist in diesem Zusammenhang ganz entscheidend wichtig, um eben diesen sozialen, diesen erschwinglichen, leistbaren, aber auch begrenzt gewinnorientierten Wohnraum in Europa zu schaffen. Das fördert nämlich zum einen natürlich den Umbau, die Sanierung, aber auch den Neubau im Sinne von Klimaneutralität, Ressourceneffizienz und hoher Lebensqualität. Was wir auch brauchen, ist gerade im Bausektor intelligente Vereinfachung von Genehmigungsverfahren, von Standards. Gleichzeitig brauchen wir moderne Bauverfahren, wir brauchen Innovationen im Bausektor und wir brauchen damit in weiterer Folge eine Steigerung der Produktivität, der Nachhaltigkeit und auch der Wettbewerbsfähigkeit in der Bauwirtschaft. Europa muss die industrielle Transformation des Bausektors natürlich vorantreiben, um eben schneller, günstiger und nachhaltiger bauen zu können. Mehr Wohnraum bedeutet in weiterer Folge natürlich auch, dass diese Produktivitätssteigerung auch gerecht verteilt wird. Das heißt in weiterer Folge natürlich sozial verantwortlich mit guter Arbeit und langfristiger Leistbarkeit hier vorgegangen werden muss. Und damit sind wir bei fairen Löhnen, einem Ende von Lohn- und Sozialdumping und sicheren Arbeitsbedingungen. Und das Ereignis des gestrigen Tages mit 6 toten Arbeitnehmern im Bereich der Bauwirtschaft muss für uns ein klarer Auftrag sein, all diese Maßnahmen zu treffen, um hier diese zukünftig in weiterer Folge auch zu verhindern. Und all diese Maßnahmen müssen Hand in Hand gehen. Und demzufolge brauchen wir in Europa einen Neuanfang in der Wohnbaupolitik. Das heißt bezahlbar, innovativ, nachhaltig und sozial gerecht. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. And now we go to the floor. And we have, sitting at 109, Mr. Molinera. The floor is yours. Where are you?
Merci beaucoup. Nous pensons que par sa communication qui fait l'objet de cet avis, la Commission européenne a bien identifié la cause majeure de la crise du logement, l'offre limitée de logements. Pour faire baisser les prix et rendre le logement abordable, il faut augmenter l'offre et pour cela, baisser les coûts en agissant là où nous avons la main, par la simplification, la numérisation et par l'innovation. Je voudrais ici, de façon appuyée, remercier le rapporteur d'avoir accepté de revoir certaines de ses opinions à la suite de nos discussions. C'est très remarquable et au final, grâce à l'écoute mutuelle, le texte a évolué de façon substantielle. En bout de course,
nous nous accordons sur l'essentiel de ce que doit être une stratégie d'ensemble pour que l'on construise autrement et, ce faisant, rendre la construction plus productive et plus compétitive au service du logement abordable.
Thank you very much, very efficient. And I now go to Ms. Marafa Benga. 220, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President. I'm here in the corner. Housing is a fundamental right, and it should ultimately be enshrined in the EU acquis. So I am glad the opinion makes this point, but also the fact that it links affordability with sustainability and energy efficiency. But we must be clear, housing affordability is not only about reducing construction costs, it is about reducing lifetime housing costs. And energy-efficient homes lower utility bills and ultimately energy poverty. But there is a big implementation gap. Across the vast majority of member states, one-stop shops for energy renovation exist on paper or do not exist at all, so citizens cannot have access to advice, a trusted place to go to for information, to find out what opportunities they have for funding energy efficiency works and so on. If we are serious about a European strategy for housing construction, we must also be serious about making energy efficiency a reality for every household. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karina. And now we go back. We go back to Mr. Katnick to reply. 1 minute.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich darf, Robert, dich ganz speziell ansprechen, weil wir ja sehr, sehr intensiv zusammengearbeitet haben und die Arbeit der Studiengruppe sehr bereichert wurde durch deine Beiträge, aber durch die gesamte Studiengruppe. Und das hat dann dazu geführt, dass wir auch dieses Ergebnis hier vorlegen können. Ich würde sogar fast so weit gehen, dass ich sage, du warst Co-Berichterstatter und hast auch aus deiner Expertise heraus sehr viel beigetragen, um die Qualität dieser Stellungnahme auch entsprechend voranzutreiben. Und das wird uns in weiterer Folge natürlich auch helfen, wenn es darum geht, jetzt konkrete Maßnahmen nach dieser Mitteilung legislativ umzusetzen. Und in diesem Sinne danke ich allen Beteiligten der Studiengruppe, dem Vorsitz natürlich, den Expertinnen und Experten, die auch bei den Hearings und auch an unserer Seite gearbeitet haben und last but not least natürlich dem Sekretariat, ohne dem wir all diese Arbeit nicht leisten hätten können.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for the contributions. We have 2 amendments which were rejected, so I'm going to ask at 1.1 amendment, which will be presented by Robert Molinera, and against will be Giulia Barbucci. Robert, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ceci est un avis sur le logement abordable, grâce à une industrie de la construction plus compétitive et plus productive. En invoquant un droit à un logement abordable dans le droit primaire de l'Union, selon nous, on brouille le message en joignant la stratégie pour une construction abordable à la création d'un droit comme si les deux étaient liés, ce qui, bien sûr, n'est pas le cas. On crée par ailleurs un droit au niveau européen, un droit que l'Europe n'a pas les moyens de garantir puisque la quasi-totalité des levées de pouvoir sont au niveau national. C'est ainsi que plusieurs États membres, dont le mien, ont inscrit le droit à un logement décent dans leur constitution. Le principe de subsidiarité s'oppose également à l'imposition de quotas de logements subsidiés. L'Europe n'a pas ce pouvoir, c'est du ressort des autorités nationales, régionales et locales, les mieux à même de juger les solutions les plus appropriées. Pour toutes ces raisons, j'appelle à voter en faveur de cet amendement.
Thank you, Robert. Giulia, the floor is yours.
Sì, grazie Presidente. Devo dire che non sono d'accordo con la persona che mi ha appena preceduto, in quanto la richiesta di sancire nel diritto primario dell'Unione Europea il diritto a un alloggio adeguato e a prezzi abbordabili non è nuova per il Comitato, perché vorrei ricordare che fa parte di una raccomandazione nel parere esplorativo richiesto dalla Presidenza danese all'inizio del 2026, proprio con Katnig e Comer come relatore e correlatore. E credo inoltre anche di ricordare che Anche in un altro parere del 2024 sull'edilizia sociale dell'Unione Europea c'è questo riferimento. Quindi io credo che noi dobbiamo votare contro questo emendamento e invece confermare il nostro livello di ambizione. Grazie.
Thank you, Julia, and the rapporteur replies.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich kann in dieselbe Kerbe schlagen. Es ist ja keine neue Position, die wir hier einnehmen. Es ist vielmehr die Hervorhebung dieser Position. Und die Anerkennung eines Rechts auf angemessenen, leistbaren Wohnraum schafft ja keine EU-Kompetenz per se, sondern politische Orientierung. Und ich glaube, diese politische Orientierung schafft in weiterer Folge auch bei den Bürgerinnen und Bürgern Vertrauen. Denn diese Krise ist in der Mitte der Gesellschaft angekommen und dieses Vertrauen müssen wir als europäische Politik geben. Und wir kennen ja verschiedene Grundrechte, die auf europäischer Ebene und auf nationaler Ebene wirken, ob das jetzt im Bereich der wirtschaftlichen, aber auch der sozialen Dimensionen sich bewegt. Und demzufolge würde ich meinen, wenn wir diesen Passus aus der Stellungnahme herausstreichen, ist es das falsche Signal und wir sollten hier das richtige Signal aussenden und daher bitte ich, diesen Abänderungsantrag auch abzulehnen.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And now we go to the vote on the amendment. I declare the vote open. Yes if you accept it, no if you reject it, and abstentions. We're coming to a close. We will have to add one in a moment, I'll tell you that. So I now declare the vote closed, and the result is for 70, against 117 plus 1 because there was a remote or a machine not working, so that's 118, and abstention 17, so the amendment is rejected. So we now move to the next amendment, which is 3.3, and again will be presented by Robert de Molinaire, or no, presented, sorry, by Teppo Sakinen. Sorry, Teppo.
Thank you, President. No problem, and let me also congratulate the rapporteur for an otherwise high-quality opinion, which I support. However, in this amendment, we propose to delete the line dedicating a budget line in the next MFF on housing. The MFF itself currently covers a bit over 1 percentage point of EU GDP. The next proposed MFF somewhat over, and in ECHO 682, in our opinion on the MFF, we've already called for maintaining the level of support for agriculture, for cohesion policies, while endorsing the new priorities of competitiveness and security and resilience. We cannot do everything with the MFF, with EU funding. We need to recognise that it is limited, so we should be focused in what we call to be included in the MFF. And we don't have the fiscal space within that to have a meaningful impact on housing, which needs to be addressed with both public and private finance at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Julia, you will argue the opposite.
Sì, grazie Presidente. Ma io vorrei sottolineare che l'emergenza abitativa non può essere ridotta soltanto a una questione nazionale, piuttosto è una sfida sistemica che richiede forte coordinamento tra autorità locali, nazionali e europee, che parta da un'allocazione adeguata dei fondi per la casa proprio nel prossimo QFP 2028-2034. Questa è già una discussione in atto tra le istituzioni europee proprio per affrontare questa crisi abitativa e appunto la discussione ruota intorno proprio all'introduzione di una linea specifica di bilancio nel prossimo QFP. Quindi io sottolineo che questa cancellazione non funziona e quindi chiedo a tutti di votare contro. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Julia. And Thomas?
Ja, vielen Dank. Wie wir festgestellt haben, ist die Wohnungskrise in der Mitte der Gesellschaft angekommen. Wir wissen auch, dass wir einen dreistelligen Milliardenbetrag an Investitionsdefizit jährlich haben, was den leistbaren Wohnungsbau anbelangt. Und demzufolge ist es wichtig, auch hier mit einer eigenen Budgetlinie aus europäischer Sicht die Sichtbarkeit, die Planungssicherheit, aber auch eine Hebelwirkung zu schaffen, um in weiterer Folge die Mitgliedstaaten, die lokalen und regionalen Verwaltungen in die Lage zu versetzen, diese Krise zu bewältigen, die mittlerweile ja natürlich auch massive Auswirkungen auf den sozialen Zusammenhalt innerhalb der Europäischen Union hat. Demzufolge bitte ich, diesen Abänderungsantrag abzulehnen.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And now we come again to voting on the amendment. Those in favour will be voting yes, against no, and then abstentions. The vote is open. Okay, we're coming to declaration. I now declare the vote is closed. And the result, yes 74, no 124, abstention 11. The amendment is rejected. So that's the end of the amendments. So just being cautious again, I will now put the full opinion to the floor by declaring the vote is open. Okay, we're coming to closure, and I now declare the vote is closed. And the result is yes 193, no 2, abstention 9. Congratulations, Thomas. And I think you're staying with us for the next one, and we will have Konstantinos back again as the co-rapporteur for 10875. So, Konstantinos. Okay. It's not, yeah, it's a different Konstantinos. Okay, Konstantinos, you're very welcome. So this is 10875, energy storage as a systemically important infrastructure for a sovereign, affordable and resilient European energy union. It's an own initiative opinion. So the rapporteurs will now present. You have between you 4 minutes, 2 minutes each. Off you go.
Thank you. Ja, wir stehen hier vor einer doppelten Herausforderung als Europäische Union, wenn es um die Energieunion geht. Wir haben einerseits eine massive Abhängigkeit von fossilen Energieimporten, die wir überwinden müssen. Wir importieren immer noch jährlich rund 400 Milliarden Euro für Öl- und Gasimporte, Geld, das wir zukünftig in Europa für die eigene Energiezukunft investieren sollten. Wir haben andererseits die Problematik, dass unser Energiesystem nur dann leistbar, klimaneutral, resilient und jederzeit versorgungssicher ist, wenn wir die entsprechenden Vorkehrungen treffen. Der Ausbau der erneuerbaren Energien sowie der Netze ist dafür natürlich unverzichtbar, aber alleine werden diese Maßnahmen nicht reichen. Denn ohne Energiespeicher gibt es keine sichere Energiewende in Europa. Und die Energiespeicher sind demzufolge auch spielen auch eine systemische Rolle. Denn sie machen einerseits Strom verfügbar, wenn Sonne und Wind nicht produzieren. Sie stabilisieren das Netz, sie stärken in weiterer Folge Europas Energieunabhängigkeit und sie reduzieren auch in weiterer Folge die Preisschwankungen. Daher senden wir hier mit dieser Stellungnahme ein klares Signal an die Kommission, hier Energiespeicherung als strategische Infrastruktur anzuerkennen und auch festzuhalten, dass ohne Energiespeicher die Ziele der Europäischen Energieunion nicht erreichbar sind. Wir fordern deshalb eine integrierte europäische Strategie für die Grids auf der einen Seite, für die erneuerbaren Energienausbau auf der anderen Seite und natürlich der Speicherung insgesamt. Wir haben hier eine ganze Reihe an Strategien ja bereits verabschiedet. Es ist die Strategie für erneuerbare Energien, für Stromnetze, für Batterieproduktion, Wasserstoff, für die Industriepolitik. Die Strategie für Energiespeicherung wird hier ein ganz wichtiger Aspekt sein, der hier auch in weiterer Folge uns hilft, die Wende auch zu schaffen.
Thank you, Thomas. And now Konstantinos, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will speak in Greek. Η ιστορία του ανθρώπου είναι μια ιστορία αποθήκευσης. Αποθήκευε νερό για την ξηρασία, τρόφιμα για το χειμώνα, καυσόξυλα, το ίδιο ακριβώς πρέπει να κάνουμε και με την ενέργεια. Να αποθηκεύουμε το στιγμιαίο πλεόνασμα των ανανεώσιμων πηγών για να το χρησιμοποιούμε όποτε έχουμε ανάγκη. Πέρα από αυτό, η αποθήκευση ενέργειας προσφέρει εξισορρόπηση στο σύστημα, μας βοηθάει να αντιμετωπίσουμε τις ακραίες αιχμές και να αντιθασέψουμε τις ακραίες τιμές. Με δύο λόγια, δημιουργεί σταθερότητα, ευελιξία στο σύστημα και είναι μια πρώτης τάξης λύση έτσι ώστε να μπορέσουμε σύντομα να φτάσουμε σε μια πιο προσιτή, πιο αυτόνομη και πιο ανθεκτική Ευρωπαϊκή Ενεργειακή Ένωση. Πέρα από τη στρατηγική, με την γνωμοδότησή μας προτείνουμε 4 συγκεκριμένα βήματα. Το πρώτο βήμα είναι η ένταξη της αποθήκευσης ενέργειας στο σχεδιασμό των δικτύων. Να πηγαίνουμε τις υποδομές αποθήκευσης εκεί που υπάρχουν ανάγκες στα δίκτυα. Το δεύτερο είναι η τεχνολογική ουδετερότητα. Δεν μπορούμε να έχουμε μία λύση για όλες τις ανάγκες. Πρέπει να επιλέγουμε την καταλληλότερη. Το τρίτο είναι η βιομηχανική αυτονομία. Δεν μπορούμε να υποκαταστήσουμε, να αντικαταστήσουμε μάλλον την εξάρτηση από τα ορυκτά καύσιμα από την εξάρτηση από κρίσιμες πρώτες ύλες ή μπαταρίες. Αυτό είναι ένα ιδιαίτερο σημαντικό που πρέπει να το προσέξουμε. Και το λέω αυτό κυρίως δίνοντας έμφαση στην αντλησιοταμίευση, κύριε Πρόεδρε, που έχει ένα πολύ υψηλό αρχικό κάπεξ και πρέπει να αντιμετωπίζεται ως υπηρεσία γενικού οικονομικού συμφέροντος. Και τέταρτο, η βιωσιμότητα των επενδύσεων. Η βιωσιμότητα των επενδύσεων είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική. Δεν πρέπει να τα περιμένουμε όλα από την αγορά. Να υπάρχει ένα ελάχιστο εγγυημένο έσοδο όταν τα έσοδα είναι χαμηλά και μία περικοπή στα υπερέσοδα. Αυτή είναι η ουσία της γνωμοδότησής μας. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much. And we go to the floor to Demantas Trotsevicius. The floor is yours, 330.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to congratulate Rapporteur and Co-Rapporteur on excellent opinion. We know how to use solar and wind. Now we need to master the storage, and this will help to make renewables not variable but deployable. And then we could expect affordable energy. I would say I a little bit doubt. There are many ways to make storage which is completely made in Europe, and I don't see any risks for dependency there. One thing that could significantly contribute is cable pooling. Lithuania has applied, the only one in Europe, to the whole grid with smart curtailment rules. This allows to connect 3 times more solar, wind and storage capacity than the whole grid capacity. And again, excellent opinion, and I invite everyone to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now go to Christophe Gunas. Christophe, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci donc aux 2 rapporteurs sur ce texte de nous avoir amenés à penser la question du stockage. Comme l'a dit Konstantinos, depuis l'humanité, on stocke, on fait de la logistique. Et effectivement, il convient de travailler sur cette question de la logistique de l'électricité. Je voulais juste insister sur le fait qu'on a pu travailler durant les travaux du groupe d'études à l'amélioration du texte. J'insiste sur un point et je porte à la connaissance de tout le monde le fait que la moitié de l'énergie qu'on consomme en Europe est utilisée pour produire de la chaleur. C'est énorme. C'est la moitié de toutes les énergies qu'on consomme sert à faire de la chaleur et le stockage de la chaleur coûte beaucoup moins cher que le stockage de l'électricité. Donc, dans un souci quelque part d'optimisation du système et d'économie du global du système, je pense qu'il faut absolument penser à ce stockage de la chaleur qui était un peu absent des premières pensées, on va dire, de la Commission sur le sujet. Et merci donc à Konstantinos et à Thomas d'avoir intégré ça. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Christoph. I now go to Teppo Sakanen. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, dear Thomas, dear Konstantinos, I believe that this is an excellent opinion. It brings the important aspect of storage to discussion about decarbonisation of our energy systems. We are moving into new ground, and we need to balance the intermittent renewables with capacity to store energy when we need to use it when we need it, to have firm supply for our households and our industries. What I believe to be a particular strength of this opinion is the breadth of different technologies and ways to store energy it presents, and this is also enriched by the amendments proposed. As Christoph said, heat storage is hugely important, also geothermal storage, and of course batteries and pumped hydro and new flexibility. Let me also, I will support the opinion and the amendments, but as a Nordic frugal, I have to voice the concern of a couple of amendments, again calling for expansion of debt rules and fiscal space there, but this is a battle that we've had before. Okay. It's an excellent opinion overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Teppo. And I go to Simo Tianen. The floor is...
Kiitoksia puheenjohtaja. Puhun suomea. Halusin käyttää puheenvuoron myös, koska olin mukana tässä valmisteluryhmässä. Erityisesti haluan kiittää esittelijöitä Tomasia ja Konstantinosta erittäin hyvästä työstä. Kuten tässä todettiin, tämä energiavarastot ovat nousseet strategiseksi infrastruktuuriksi samalla tavalla kuin itse sähköverkot tai itse energian tuotanto. Korostamme, että EU tarvitsee kattavan energiavarastointistrategian, jossa yhdistyvät energiaturvallisuus, teollisuuspolitiikka, vihreä siirtymä, kohtuuhintainen energia. Painotamme sitä, että mikään yksittäinen teknologia ei riitä, vaan tarvitsemme erilaisia varastoratkaisuja ja niiden yhdistelmiä. Haluan myös korostaa tätä lämpöenergian merkitystä. Se on erittäin merkittävä osa vihreässä siirtymässämme. Kiitoksia paljon, kiitoksia esittelijöille.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now Dimitri Fornio, the floor is yours, sitting at 127.
Vă mulțumesc, domnule președinte, și aș dori și eu să susțin ideea că nu există o singură soluție legată de stocarea energiei și în ultima perioadă se face foarte mult marketing pentru stocarea prin intermediul bateriilor, dar cum știm cu toții, multe dintre aceste baterii nu le producem în Uniunea Europeană, deci suntem total dependenți de China. Mai mult avem probleme legate de reciclarea bateriilor și dispunerea lor după ce își termină perioada de viață. În Uniunea Europeană am avut de-a lungul timpului soluții de stocare pe bază de energie hidraulică, mai ales zonele care au diferențe de nivel, cum sunt zonele montane, zona Carpaților, zona Alpilor, zona Balcanilor. Toate acestea reprezintă zone potențiale în care se poate stoca hidraulic energia. Au folosit-o de 2000 de ani romanii, noi în ultima perioadă nu prea am mai folosit-o, că a existat foarte multă opoziție pe zona de mediu, pentru că nu s-a mai dorit să se construiască aceste facilități. Numai în România avem un număr de facilități care sunt începute și care nu sunt finalizate. Susțin avizul.
Thank you, Dimitri. And I now go to the rapporteurs, 1 minute each, whichever goes first.
Ja, vielen Dank für die Diskussionsbeiträge, die sehr unterstützend sind, und das leitet mich gleich auf die Arbeit in der Studiengruppe, die sehr, sehr fruchtbringend war. Wir haben mit dem Hearing eine sehr, sehr große Bandbreite abdecken können an verschiedenen Zugängen, und daraus resultiert auch genau dieser Mix aus verschiedenen Speichertechnologien. Ich denke, wir werden nicht nach dem Motto One Size Fits All diese Problematik der Speicherung lösen. Wir müssen alle zur Verfügung stehenden Werkzeuge nutzen, ob das jetzt Pumpspeichergrad Wasserkraftwerke sind, ob das thermische Sandspeicher, wie das finnische Modell auch zeigt, ob das Batteriespeicher, Wasserstoffspeicher sind. All diese Werkzeuge haben wir zu nutzen und auch in einem Kontext mit dem Energiemix in den einzelnen Mitgliedstaaten. Und das wird die große Herausforderung sein, ist aber auch die große Chance, hier eine Energiewende zu schaffen, in der wir auch energieunabhängig in der Europäischen Union werden. Und in diesem Sinne danke ich allen Beteiligten für diese Stellungnahme und am Ende auch dem Sekretariat und allen Beteiligten.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. And Konstantinos, 1 minute.
Thank you. Ξέχασα να τονίσω κάτι προηγουμένως. Χωρίς την αποθήκευση ενέργειας, η προστιθέμενη αξία μεταφέρεται αλλού. Και εδώ υπάρχει μια υποψία στρέβλωσης. Δηλαδή, αμείβουμε αυτόν που αποθηκεύει και όχι αυτόν που παράγει. Να προσθέσω επίσης ότι χαιρετίζω την συμφωνία, την τριμερή συμφωνία που έκανε η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή τον προηγούμενο μήνα με τις κυβερνήσεις που τις καλεί να άρουν τα εμπόδια, με τις τράπεζες να χρηματοδοτήσουν, με τη βιομηχανία και τους επενδυτές να επενδύσουν. Είναι πάρα πολύ θετικό. Δεν ξέρω αν είχε διαβάσει το σχέδιο της νομοδότησης της Κομισιόν πριν κάνει την πρόσκληση αυτή. Κλείνοντας, να ευχαριστήσω θερμά τον Τόμας, όλη την ομάδα μελέτης, τη Γραμματεία για την εξαιρετική δουλειά και εσάς για τα πολύ θετικά σχόλια. Ευχαριστώ.
Very much for that. Okay, we come to the amendments. At this stage, as far as I can see, all of them have been accepted, so I'll just quickly call them out. 1.9, it's accepted. Any disagreement? 2.8, any disagreement? 1.10, any disagreement? It's accepted. That's agreed. 3.11, it's accepted. 1.11 and 3.18 also accepted. Any disagreement? No. So given that the amendments are all accepted, we will go straight to the vote, and the vote is now open. Sorry, was there a problem?
Sorry?
Is there a problem? Sorry, okay, Seema, we'll stop the vote. Stop the vote.
Sorry. It went so quickly that I missed it. The amendment 2, 1.10.
1.10, that's the third one, yeah?
So I'm against.
You're against.
I'm against. I think as a principle, we should not ask financial, let's say, changes to financial rules as an ad hoc base on the individual opinion, like we do. We have done that earlier. That was not discussed in a study group, and I think we need in a committee more strategic approach for such an amendment, such a proposals. So I think it's better to vote that we know that is not the right way to do such a proposals. So I'm against.
Thank you, Simo. Now, just to say that the two linked ones are 1.10 and 3.11. Both are linked.
Yes.
So therefore, we will be voting on the two of those, but together. Okay. Now, you have said your case against. Is there anybody who wishes to argue in favour? Okay, Thomas, you are going to do it. Okay.
Ja, vielen Dank, Simo. Ganz überraschend ist dieser Abänderungsantrag natürlich nicht, weil wir haben ja die Abänderungsanträge auf der Basis der Diskussion, die wir in der Fachgruppe geführt haben, einerseits eingebracht und andererseits haben wir dir auch zeitgerecht diesen Abänderungsantrag zugesandt und du hast damals schon gesagt, dass du nicht sehr glücklich damit bist. Ein inhaltlicher Aspekt ist, dass dieser Antrag darauf basiert, dass Kommissar Jürgensen angekündigt hat, hier im europäischen Semester die Möglichkeit zu geben, dass die Energieinfrastrukturinvestitionen mit der Escape Clause der Mitgliedstaaten verbunden werden können, was Sicherheit und Verteidigungsausgaben anbelangt. Wir haben diese Position ja auch im Grids Package bereits hier im Plenum abgestimmt. Und ich würde sogar meinen, dass wir vielleicht die Initialzündung waren als EWSA, dass die Kommission hier umgedacht hat und die Energieinfrastruktur als einen ganz wichtigen Teil der Sicherheit und Verteidigungspolitik gesehen hat und demzufolge jetzt auch diese Flexibilität möglich macht. Demzufolge bitte ich, diesen Abänderungsantrag anzunehmen.
Okay, now I'm again very clear. We're talking about Amendment 1.10 linked to 3.11. Both are connected, so therefore they either fall or stay together. Okay? Is that understood? So I'm now going to call on a vote which effectively affects the two amendments. So if you're in favour of the amendment, just to get this right, it's yes. And if you're against, no. Okay, we're coming to a close. Okay, I declare the vote closed. So in favour means it stays as it is. Yes, 133. No, 37. Abstention, 22. So Simo's objection is rejected. Okay? Is that clear? Mm-hmm. Okay. So if that's the case, we now go to a vote on the opinion as it is. No changes. The vote is open. Okay, we are now coming to a closure. I now declare the vote is closed. And the result is yes, 200, none against, abstention 4. Well done, and congratulations to both of you. It's agreed. Okay, because of time catching up on us, we're just going to do one more opinion, which is the very last one, which Joe Healy, if he's here, is rapporteur. So, Joe, if you can come up here. The other two are postponed until the morning. We have to do that because of translation and other deadlines. So, Joe. And we're starting at 9 anyway. Okay. So, Joe, where are you? Okay, there's all sorts of negotiation going on here. Joe has decided to leave it till tomorrow, and then...
He agreed to.
You've agreed? Yes. Thank you, Joe. Could Mr. Mira then approach the podium for his opinion? Luis Mira? Yes. And that is not 989. It will be the last opinion today. And it is the EU approach to integrated wildfire risk management. And bear in mind, when we discuss this opinion, bear in mind that we are talking about, as we began today's plenary, we had a minute's silence for deaths caused by wildfire. So we are particularly mindful as we discuss this opinion. So, Lewis, you will, when you get going, it's not 989, EU approach to integrated wildfire risk management, Rapporteur Luis Mira. So, the floor is yours for 4 minutes.
Thank you, President. I will speak in Portuguese. em 2025 houve um maior esforço na prevenção e na preparação da campanha dos fogos, mas a Europa nunca registou uma área ardida tão grande como aquela que tivemos em 2025. Arderam mais de 1 milhão de hectares. Para termos uma noção, é maior do que a área de Chipre. A dimensão e a intensidade estão a aumentar porque o aquecimento global, nos últimos 3 anos, verificaram-se temperaturas das mais quentes que há registro. Há mega incêndios que não existiam com essas características e estima-se que os prejuízos em bens e infraestruturas atingiram 2,5 mil milhões de euros. Este é o cenário que temos na Europa. Esta é uma questão que toca a todos. Se é verdade que existia uma maior incidência de fogos na zona mediterrânica, hoje ele estendeu-se ao centro e ao norte da Europa. Este parecer aponta para 4 questões, 4 grandes pilares. Defendemos uma prevenção ativa todo o ano e uma profissionalização do combate, ligada também aos bombeiros, ligada também à autoproteção das populações rurais e dos agricultores. Defendemos também neste parecer que é necessário um orçamento próprio para esta ação, esse orçamento fora do orçamento da política agrícola comum. Apontamos para um reforço da cooperação com a proteção civil europeia. Há muito conhecimento técnico e científico que a Europa detém e que não chega aos países, ou que os países não têm estruturas preparadas para interpretar e aproveitar esse conhecimento técnico e científico. É importantíssimo que isso se faça. Por outro lado, chamamos também a atenção que a agricultura, como barreira, é a melhor barreira corta-fogo e é um setor que, estrategicamente, consegue evitar, em grande escala, que existam fogos de grandes dimensões. Esta questão toca a todos, toca, de uma maneira geral, a questão climática é muito afetada quando há incêndios e quando se libertam milhares de toneladas de dióxido de carbono. A biodiversidade desaparece quando há um incêndio, os solos degradam-se, é tudo mau. Por isso, temos que arranjar uma estratégia europeia e os países têm que fazer um esforço maior para combatermos este problema que é de todos.
Thank you very much. We now go to the floor. I'm really asking you to be brief because translation ends at 7 and Mr. Mira does not have English, so we really need to have the speakers brief. So, Karina Benga, I'm calling you to speak. The floor is open.
Thank you, President, and you're calling me to speak fast, so I will try to comply. It's really important that we tie this opinion to climate adaptation more broadly, because wildfires have been having this frequency because of climate change, and I'm glad the rapporteur is acknowledging this. I think the opinion could have done a little bit more to anchor actually this connection between wildfires and climate adaptation, because there is a plethora of good practices in Europe within the EU mission on adaptation to climate change, and not only on climate adaptation, to transition from monocultures in forests to diversified cultures, nature-based solutions, etc. Agriculture is a solution, but it is not the only solution. Climate adaptation in the wider sense of the word is the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now go to Mr. Mitov, 213. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, here we have a strategy that marks a critical paradigm shift, moving away from a purely reactive firefighting towards a proactive, holistic approach that covers the entire disaster cycle: prevention, preparedness, response and recovery. It bridges environmental policy, agriculture, civil protection and local community. I had the privilege and the honor to chair this only study group meeting that succeeded to produce a really balanced but at the same time ambitious documents. Congratulations for the rapporteur, which disposed of excellent expertise, and I launch an appeal to support this really good paper. Thank you,
Thank
President.
you very much. And now to 280, Rocharamo, the floor is yours.
Sí, muchas gracias, presidente. Quiero comenzar, en primer lugar, felicitar al ponente por un texto que da en el clavo en un diagnóstico inapelable ante la emergencia climática y la proliferación de los incendios de sexta generación que estamos sufriendo en muchos países de la Unión Europea y, sobre todo, en mi país, en España. La política basada casi exclusivamente en la extinción, evidentemente, ya no es suficiente. Necesitamos, de manera urgente, un cambio de paradigma hacia la prevención estructural y la resiliencia del paisaje. Desde mi perspectiva, hay dos aciertos fundamentales en este dictamen que debemos respaldar con firmeza. Primero, el vínculo entre el abandono rural y los incendios. El dictamen acierta plenamente al señalar que la mejor defensa contra el fuego es un medio rural vivo. La falta de rentabilidad agrícola y ganadera y el abandono forestal crean el combustible perfecto. Y, en segundo lugar, la dotación financiera. Sin fondos presupuestarios importantes no se podrá llevar a cabo una gestión integrada de los incendios forestales con éxitos. Para concluir, el dictamen es una hoja de ruta excelente que sitúa la prevención y la dignidad del mundo rural en el centro de la estrategia climática europea. Gracias.
I now go to Nuno Serra, sitting at 304. The floor
Obrigado,
is
Sr.
yours.
Presidente. Quero começar por dar os parabéns ao relator pelo excelente documento produzido. Os vários incêndios que flagelam toda a Europa mostram que é urgente agir e colocar rapidamente este relatório em prática. É com agrado que vemos que há uma nova abordagem da Comissão, mas sublinhamos que a prevenção continua a ser desvalorizada. É urgente criar um fundo dedicado exclusivamente à prevenção, totalmente independentemente da PAC. É imperativo reforçar políticas defensoras de uma gestão ativa dos territórios. A falta de rentabilidade agrícola e florestal leva ao abandono das terras, acumula combustível e aumenta o risco de incêndio. Esta realidade tem que ser alterada nas políticas europeias. Os incêndios destroem a biodiversidade, comprometem a coesão territorial e afetam a economia rural. Se queremos territórios mais seguros, mais resilientes e mais vivos, temos que colocar a prevenção no centro das políticas europeias. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. And now we go to Mr. Puch-Dalasac. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Toutes mes félicitations à Louis Schmila pour cet excellent avis. Je voulais insister sur l'importance de l'homme. L'homme est le problème puisque c'est souvent l'homme qui met le feu. Mais c'est l'homme qui peut aussi apporter la solution. Apporter la solution par l'élevage notamment et par l'entretien des chemins. Quand il n'y a plus d'agriculture, quand il n'y a plus de forêt entretenue, il n'y a plus de chemin pour les pompiers. Quand il y a des zones qui sont non cultivées, non exploitées, il y a une ressource de matières premières pour le feu très importante. Le feu s'arrête là où il y a des propriétés entretenues, là où il y a des vignes, là où il y a donc des animaux qui pâturent. Donc je voulais dire que le mouton et le bovin sont le meilleur rempart, bien mieux que le loup, le vautour ou l'ours. Là où il y a le vautour, l'ours, il n'y a plus d'animaux, il n'y a plus d'éleveurs. Et ça, l'Union européenne doit faire ce bilan et se rendre compte qu'on a été trop loin en la matière.
Merci beaucoup, Arnaud. And that's the end of the speakers. I now go to the rapporteur. Sorry? Yeah, response to the rapporteur. Yeah.
Obrigado, Presidente. Eu queria agradecer todas as intervenções. Obviamente que não é a agricultura a única maneira de fazer prevenção, mas é talvez aquela que é mais eficaz e que permite que essas áreas estejam mais defendidas do fogo. Queria também agradecer a todo o secretariado da NAT, que foi muito importante, e a todos os membros do grupo de estudo que permitiram chegarmos aqui. E queria dizer que levarei este parecer ao Parlamento Europeu, a várias instâncias, de forma a defender a posição do Comitê Económico e Social. Obrigado.
And again, congratulations and well done. Okay, we have some, I have to talk to you about amendments. Okay. So 1.4, is accepted. Is there any disagreement? So 1.11 is a compromise, and the compromise I have to read considers that the rules on forest management need to be revised in order to remove constraints that may hinder active and preventive forest management, particularly in the regions most prone to fires, without jeopardising European biodiversity targets, while also ensuring that wildlife population management is balanced and adapted to local conditions. Is that compromise agreed? It is. Okay. We go to the next compromise, which is 2.4, I think. Yes, it is. 2.4, and the compromise, the EESC highlights the essential role of farmers and forest producers in preventing fires. As active land managers, the Common Agricultural Policy should strengthen the role by promoting sustainable practice. Sorry, I was interrupted. I'll start again. The EESC highlights the essential role of farmers and forest producers in preventing fires as active land managers. The Common Agricultural Policy should strengthen the role by promoting sustainable practices, particularly in mountain pastures and active land management. Actively managed and maintained landscapes, including cultivated land, vineyards and meadows, can play an important role in the limiting the spread of wildfires. The EESC therefore stresses the importance of supporting traditional land uses, including wine production, as their decline may contribute to land abandonment and increased wildfire risk in rural areas. Is that compromise accepted and agreed? Nobody against? And then I go to the final one, 2.5. And the compromise as is follows. It's there in front of you. The EESC underlines the importance of ensuring coherence between forestry, agricultural, climate and biodiversity policies, avoiding contradictions that limit or hinder the effectiveness of prevention measures. It considers that natural areas should, as far as possible, remain eligible for active land management, such as grazing, taking into account local conditions and ecosystem characteristics. Is that compromise accepted? Nobody disagreeing? Okay. So in that regard, then I am happy to say that we are ready to go to the vote. Yes. So the opinion is now putting to the vote, and therefore the vote is open. Now, what are we doing next?
Okay, now the question was if we want to start a little bit soon.
So we're starting, just to say this. Sorry?
CCMI in English now.
So we will do the CCMI opinion in English now, and at least get that out of the way. So I just need. CCMI, we're nearly finished. 258, Industrial Maritime Strategy. Rapporteur Naranza Stylianos, and then we will be finished. So we're nearly there. We're nearly there.
Thank you.
What's he saying? So thank you for doing it in English. Okay, right. The rapporteur is ready to present. So let's present.
Thank you, Mr. President, and many thanks to all of you for being here. And I know it's very late, so I'll try to do my best to cover it as soon as possible. So, unfortunately, the co-rapporteur from Group 2, Frank, was not able to be here with us today, but I would like to thank him for the contribution and the constructive approach that he had during that meeting, as well as all the study group members and, of course, the president of our study group, Mr. John Comer. So many thanks to all of you, and thank you for making this compromise. So I would like to start by saying that, first of all, we really welcome the Maritime Industrial Strategy published by the European Commission. This is something that our sector was calling since many years, and it's great to see that the maritime sector is again at the heart of European policy. Just for you to know, we'll give you some numbers to understand the importance of the sector. 90% of global trade is actually transported by sea, and 75% of European Union's external trade depends on shipping. So it's a sector that is critical for the energy, food, and security and prosperity of Europe and its citizens. As I said again, overall, the European Commission has presented a very solid communication. So our approach was actually to build upon this one. Our approach was based on reciprocity, meaning that we did not strengthen one maritime sector at the expense of the other. So the Europe's competitiveness depends on the strength of the entire maritime ecosystem, meaning shipping, port, shipbuilding, equipment manufacturers, and maritime services. A very important element, of course, is the great importance of our seafarers and maritime workers. They are the lifeblood of our industry. So the green and digital transition will only succeed if we invest in their upskilling, reskilling, while ensuring that the deployment of new fuels and technologies always goes hand in hand with the highest safety standards. Third, we firmly underline that decarbonization and competitiveness must go hand in hand. This is why we call for all the EU ETS revenues to be generated that are coming actually from the EU ETS and Fuel EU Maritime to be regenerated again to the maritime sector, in particular to support retrofitting, innovation and production of sustainable fuels. We also underline that Europe's maritime industrial base deserves some stronger support, so Europe remains a global leader in areas such as ferry construction. So we should become a global leader in clean maritime technologies, retrofitting and industrial innovation. For this reason, we call for a dedicated European funding mechanism capable of supporting the decarbonization of the sector. Last but not least, of course, our industry, shipping is actually a global industry. It depends on global legislation. So it is of great importance that once we have a global legislation in place at the IMO, that the European legislation shall be aligned to that, just to preserve the global competitiveness of the sector. I think this is all, just to try to make it as quick as possible, and thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I now go straight to the floor to Gareth Perez at 128. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Only a few words to congratulate the rapporteur and the study group for this excellent report, this excellent opinion, and of course to ask for the vote in favour. Maritime transport, as it has been mentioned, is a strategic pillar in the European economy. We have a lot of challenges. We have the generational renewal problem. We have the challenge of decarbonisation and the international competitiveness. But I'm sure that with this report and with the strategy that has put in place or is going to be put in place by the European Commission, they can help to solve these challenges that we have. I will only like to recall two issues. The first one is the role of the social partners in the framework of the Social Dialogue Committee dealing with maritime transport. They are doing a great job to guarantee the best labour conditions, social conditions on board of our vessels. And the second, the need to harmonise the regulations at international level through the International Maritime Organization. This is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now go to Florian Marion. The floor is yours at 196. There you are.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I will be very brief. The opinion is very good. The proposal of the Commission is good, but we do have to take into account that there are an asymmetry concerning risks. And we do have, for example, Black Sea region in which I am seeing shipyards which are being closed in a context in which we have a war in the Black Sea right now. So what is missing from the proposal of the Commission is the principle of territoriality. We need to take into account that the needs are asymmetric in the EU right now, and we need to stress on this because the east border, the eastern border is under huge pressure right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed, President. And I had the great honour of being the President of this study group, and I just took the floor to acknowledge the collaboration and the cooperation with all the study group and the three different groups. A lot of the challenges are cross-cutting across a lot of the sectors, but the decarbonisation of the shipping industry is a difficult challenge, but at least we're facing it head-on. And I just wanted to acknowledge, I think, I might be wrong, that this is Stelios's first opinion, perhaps, and I would like to encourage everybody to vote for it. There was a huge amount of effort and work put into it, and I think it's a very strong, valuable document. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And now I go back to the rapporteur, Mr. Ranzatakis, to reply.
I just wanted to warmly thank all of you for the contribution, the very good words. It is indeed a sector which is very important for Europe, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've had one amendment, which was 2.9. Yes, in fact, 2.9. It is accepted. So is there any disagreement with that acceptance? If there is not, then we will put the opinion to the vote. The vote is open. Okay, we're coming to the declaration, and the vote will be closed. And the result is 145 yes, no is 1. Congratulations. So again, we're coming to the finish of this opinion. We have one opinion that we will start in the morning, which is NAT 993, the livestock. Thank you, Joe. And just to say that we restart at 9:30 sharp. Thank you for your cooperation. Thanks to all the people who helped, administration, technicians, etc. Enjoy the rest of the evening and the football match.